Good morning, all of you. Uh, I think many of you were there in the last class also, that is the day before. You see, as I may have told you, who were present in the last evening session, that in the Indian polity section, there are certain areas on which we need to focus from the prelims point of view, especially if we see this year's prelims examination. And will have to be in accordance with the syllabus which has been prescribed by the UPSC. Generally, what happens whenever a student starts preparing for civil services examination, he has in mind paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, paper 4 of the main examination. So basically, he looks into the things from that angle. But the UPSC has also prescribed a syllabus for the preliminary examination also. So, and we'll have to concentrate on those topics. Another important thing that we need to understand is that there is nothing called prelims and mains. It is a complete preparation for the civil services examination. Even though some topics have been specified in the prelim syllabus by the UPSC, but a comprehensive knowledge is required. A minimum knowledge is expected from a student who is appearing in the prelims examination. So it is not only about the mains as well as the preliminary examination. So basically, within the time that we have now for the preliminary examination, we have developed a program in which we will be developing a holistic idea about the whole examination, and we will not be discussing only those topics which are mains exclusive. But yes, for example, if we talk about parliament, we'll have to discuss everything about the parliament, because parliament is important from the prelims as well as from the mains point of view. But yes, the mains aspect, that is whether the parliament has declined, reforms in the parliament, those aspects which are exclusively the jurisdiction of the main syllabus, that will not be discussed. Working of the parliamentary committees, how they are working, so whether they are efficient as, so these are the topics which are there in the main examination. Preliminary examination, we need to know about the parliamentary committees, their structure, their functions. So basically, it is a complete package minus the descriptive part or the analytical part. Now, a pro forma will be provided to you, in which we will be discussing the topics which are there. It is there with me and it will be given to you most probably in the next session. You see, the first thing that we need to develop an understanding is the basic concepts, because the questions are asked from those aspects also. Now, the first question whenever we talk about the Indian polity portion is, what is a constitution? Your base will be the lecture notes. Your base will be the lecture notes. And wherever it is required, I'll tell you that okay, you can follow a specific book. Any book you can follow, but yes, your base will be the lecture notes, because in the books lot of things are there, you can go here and there, because we have got only limited period of time, and within that you need to have an idea so that you will be able to encircle the maximum number of correct answers. That will be the objective. So on the basis of the lecture notes, our objective will be to help you in answering at least 80 to 85% of the questions that will be asked in the examination. Minus the current affairs portion, current affairs will be taken by another expert. Now, the first aspect is, what is a constitution? Now, whenever we talk about a constitution, whenever we hear the term constitution, the first idea that comes in our mind that it is a document. Now, what type of document it is? It is a document having a special legal sanctity. Legal sanctity means sanction of law. Sanction of law. So different words can be there in the question paper. It is a legal document. It is a document having a legal sanctity. Such type of basic things can be there. What does this mean? Special legal sanctity means if an individual or an organization will not abide by the provisions of the constitution, then the law will take its own course. That is, we can say, special legal sanctity. You see, we have an inquisitive mind, and whenever a document is there before us, we feel to see that what is there inside the document. Suppose if I am carrying a book with me, or if a book is lying here, many of you will feel to see that what type of book it is, what it contains. So when we, आपके पास कोई कॉपी पेन नहीं है, निकालो. हाँ. So if we open the book or the document called the constitution, when we turn the pages, what we see? We see that it contains the principles and functions of the organs of the government of a state. Three words. So it contains the principles and functions of what? The organs. Organs of what? The government. And government of what? A state. Now, here, before we proceed further, we need to develop an idea and understanding about these terms, because questions are being asked in the prelims examination about an understanding of these concepts also. Now, first of all, when we talk about this term state, because what we have written, the principles and functions of the organs, organs of what? The government, and government of a state. So first of all, whenever we talk about this concept of state, then state means different things at different places. It means different things at different places. Now, whenever we talk about the state in terms of India, in the general terms we say state in India, we basically mean the units. Units means Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Chhattisgarh, Manipur, Rajasthan. Now, in the topic of fundamental rights and directive principles, that is part 3rd and part 4 of the Constitution, the state has got different meanings. Means it is a government, any organ of the government. The state shall not discriminate. So, wherever the word the state shall not discriminate, it means that a law made by the parliament will not discriminate. A decision taken by the union executive will not discriminate. A law made by your state government will not discriminate. Not only this, even a peon in the Panchayati Raj institution will be a state here. When you will be a district magistrate, you will also be termed as a state. It is not that Mr. X has taken a decision, the state. So, in the topic of that is fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, the state here will mean any agency of the government. But when we talk about state as a concept in political science, so here the state will mean an entity having 4 elements. Many of you are having political science as an optional paper, but the approach of reading political science and polity is different. So, in political science optional paper we explain lot of things, but in polity basically it is the conceptual clarity that you need to have to be specific when you encircle the MCQs. Now, when we talk about a state here, a state will mean an entity having 4 elements. Population, territory, government, and sovereignty. The population cannot be fixed. The population cannot be fixed. No doubt, some political philosophers, they had fixed the population also. Plato had said that the population of the state should not be more than 5040. What was the logic? 5040. Then for Aristotle it was 1 lakh. So no doubt some of the philosophers, they had fixed the size of the population of the state, but population cannot be fixed. Yes, this population must be residing within a definite territory. It is to be fixed. Otherwise there will be conflict, and then there will be a political authority, that is the government, and sovereignty. Now when we say sovereignty, sovereignty basically it means the supreme decision making power. And whenever we talk about this concept of sovereignty, you see in our individual life, we also enjoy sovereignty. What type of clothes we will be wearing, what type of food we will be having, to whom we will be talking to, basically it is our own decision. That is supreme decision making power. It is said, over his mind, body and soul, an individual is free. But when we talk about the sovereignty of a state, whenever we talk about the sovereignty of a state, the states generally they enjoy 2 types of sovereignty. internal and external. Internal sovereignty means the laws of the state are binding on every individual and organization within its territory. And when we say external sovereignty, the foreign relations are conducted without any external pressure. We can say an independent foreign policy Now, you see, when we analyze this concept of sovereignty, internal sovereignty can be found in the units also. For example, if you visit the state of Bihar, in Bihar they have got prohibition. So, the manufacturing, sale and consumption of liquor is banned in the state of Bihar. Anyone who will be visiting the state of Bihar will have to follow it. So, internally some sort of sovereignty is there, but we may not have heard about the foreign policy of Texas, the foreign policy of Tamil Nadu, the foreign policy of Haryana. So, basically this aspect differentiates a unit from a state. So, whenever we talk about a state, so a state basically is an entity having a population living within a defined territory, having a political authority and the supreme decision making power. Such type of understanding based questions are asked. You see that in the year 2021, this was a question. That is why we start from the scratch. Students generally feel that, oh, we will start from Lakshmikant, because books are written in a different way and we need to read in a different way. Our approach has to be very different. So, otherwise everyone who is reading that Lakshmikant's book would have become an IAS officer. But it is not the case. You will have to develop. How to read is very important, then what to read. You see, in the year 2021, there was a question, which one of the following best defines the term state? Four options were: first, a community of persons permanently occupying a definite territory, independent of external control and having an organized government. The first, that was the correct answer. So, you see, a community of persons permanently occupying a definite territory, persons occupying a definite territory, then independent of external control and having an organized government. So, you see that some students say, why we are reading this concept of state, what is the use of that? You see that the question papers, they are set not by those who are the question paper setters of your test series. ये तो टेस्ट सीरीज होते हैं, आप लोग क्या सोचते हो यही जाके वहां सेट कर लेते हैं? नो, द क्वेश्चंस आर सेट बाय द यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर्स हु डू नॉट रीड लक्ष्मीकांत। ये लोग तो लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ते हैं, चार उठा करके डाल दिया उसी से, उसके बाहर नॉलेज भी नहीं हो। बट बेसिकली द यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर, फॉर एग्जांपल अ प्रोफेसर ऑफ रांची यूनिवर्सिटी, he will be asked to send 30 MCQs of Indian polity. Then a professor from Patna University, then that we can say Bombay University, Arunachal Pradesh, all will be asked to send 20 questions, 25 questions each. And then there will be a committee which will shuffle the question, will restructure the questions. In that way, the questions are set up. So, you see, they have not written population, territory, government, sovereignty, because everyone who has read political science, even in the college level, he must be knowing it. Our college students know it. But they have defined a community of persons permanently, we can say, occupying a definite territory. So, such type of understanding based question. So, you see, we have just started our discussion and we are able to answer the basic question that can be asked from here. So, you see, it contains the principles and functions of the organs of the government of a state. So, this is the first basic concept that we need to understand. Now, when we talk about government, if someone asks you or that what is a government, if there is a statement that which of the following best defines a government, when we need to define a government basically, generally it is considered as a political thing, political executive. Generally when we hear the word government, what is there in our mind? The executive, and that too the political executive. The NDA government, the TDP government, the TMC government, the BJP government, that is there in our mind. But whenever we talk about the government, if we need to define government, government is basically an agent of the state. If we need to define the government, government can be defined as an agent of the state. Because you see, the state performs different functions. When we say state here, by now it is clear to all of you that state here will mean a country. We are talking about a country here. Bangladesh is a state, Pakistan is a state, Sri Lanka is a state. So, we are talking about a state, a country. And if we talk about a state generally performs three functions for its people. First of all, it makes laws, then secondly, it implements it, and thirdly, it provides justice to the people also. Now, sometimes the students say, sir, how it is a function of the state? You see, suppose your government has made a law, you say it is the function of the government. But suppose if a law exists in a particular country, for example, we have got a GST law. We all know it has been passed by the central government, but outside the country, outside India, what the media says? India has a tax regime, that is the GST. Then the farm laws were passed by our parliament. But what the media used to say? India has made a law which is being opposed by certain sections of the society. India has made a law. The law belongs to that country. Then apart from it, when we talk about the implementation part, no doubt we all know that who implements the law? Obviously, it is the executive, but what is said in the media, or is outside media? India violated the human rights. Sudan violated human rights. So, it is the name of the country. That country violated human rights. US violated human rights. And when we talk about justice, law adjudication, then, oh, that country, it never imparts justice to its people. So that is why we say that the state performs three functions, and on behalf of the state, it is the agency of the government which performs these functions. So the government is a machinery. It is a machinery by which the laws are made, implemented, and adjudicated. And adjudicated. Agency. Now, here, when we talk about this government, three functions: laws are made, law making, law implementation, and law adjudication. These three functions are performed by three different organs. Law making, you all may be knowing, it is done by the legislature. Law implementation is done by the executive, and law adjudication is done by the judiciary. And if you talk about constitution of any country, it talks about, or it has the provisions with respect to these organs. If we talk about the American Constitution contains the provisions with respect to the US Congress. How many houses are there in the US Congress? It is mentioned in the US Constitution. How the members will be elected in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, how the bills will be passed, that is mentioned in the Constitution of United States of America. Then how the American president will be elected, what will be his powers, how he will be impeached, it is mentioned in their constitution, and the provisions regarding the judiciary. Similarly, in our constitution also, the provisions with respect to the legislature, executive, judiciary has been mentioned in the constitution. No one is going to ask you that what is the definition of the constitution, but from here a question that can be derived, we call it as the AQ-TQ method. Ask question to a question. It is termed as AQ-TQ method. Ask question to A. What can be asked from you? Because you will say, questions from where the questions are? Questions are not asked from here and there. Questions are asked from the aspects that we read. Now from here, that is the second aspect that we have read. What questions can be framed here? Here, the objective of the constitution can be asked. So you can write as note, the objective of the constitution of a constitution is to provide for a limited government. Whatever you will be writing as note, these are your golden statements, golden words. And the UPSC is very fond of asking this question. If you see the last 7-year question, every alternative year you will find this word in your question paper. The words can be different, Which of the following is correct regarding a constitution? The objective of the constitution is provide for a limited government. This can be one of the terms. Then another question can be, the objective of the constitution is to put restrictions on the powers of the government. Means it is a restricted government. It is a the words will be different, the theme will be the same. A restricted government. And not only this, another term that the students generally they feel that, oh, these are some rocket science words which are being used. Constitutionalism. This is known as smart work. Hard work, 1 hour lecture on constitutionalism. No one is going to ask you that, hey, whether you are a scholar of political science or not. For that we have got very good universities. Yes. The ultimate objective, generally the students forget that they are preparing for this examination, that is why they are reading this subject. And in the examination, the ultimate objective is to encircle the correct thing. They need to just understand, oh, constitutionalism, the government which is restricted by the provisions of the constitution. You will not go here and there. You will not go here and there. The objective is to check the authoritarianism of the government, because if the things are not written down, your government will go here and there. If your government will not work in accordance with the provisions of the constitution, then the constitution has provided a mechanism for the redressal of your grievances also. And in most of the democratic countries, we have the system of judiciary also. You see, in America, they have the concept of judicial review. A law made by the legislature, a decision taken by the executive, if it is not in accordance with the provisions of the constitution or in accordance with the law, the judiciary has the power to declare it as null and void. And in our country also, you see, we have the concept of judicial review. Not only this, in our country, we have gone one step further. If the government makes a law which is not in accordance with the provisions of the constitution or in accordance with the basic spirit of the constitution, which is termed as the basic structure, that is the basic spirit, basic structure of the constitution, the Supreme Court has the power to declare the law as null and void. And in case of the state governments, the high courts have also got the power. So, if you remember this, your another question is, this is how you need to study. It is how much you study is not very important. If you have understood this concept, limited government, it can be there in the option. This can be there in your option. Constitutionalism is there in the option. Your work is done. So, constitutionalism is limited government. And if you say, in the year 2021 also we had a question, constitutional government means, the answer, a government limited by the terms of the constitution. Then in 2020 also there was a question, a constitutional government by definition is a limited government. And then there was a question on constitutionalism. So the students generally who just fill up the form or they don't have understood constitutionalism, what it is, and they will be very happy when you give a 30 minutes lecture to them on constitutionalism. But a smart worker, constitutionalism, a limited government. Your work is done. So from here, such questions can be asked in the examination. One question is, 2 questions have been done, and the UPSC is very fond of asking this question. Then coming to this, so this was your, we can say, the purpose of the constitution, the concept of the limited government, constitutionalism, everything has been covered here. Now, there is another basic thing that we need to understand before we proceed further. It is the types of majority under the Constitution of India. Most of the students generally remain confused. Even they compete in the examination, but they remain confused regarding it. That is, what type of majority here will be used? They say special majority. But what type of special majority? Different type of special majorities are also there. Now, when we talk about the types of majority, first one is simple majority. And one more thing you remember, polity is the easiest section. Polity is the easiest section of the general studies paper. And if you are able to understand the things, if you do not go here and there, if you do not become Dr. B.R. Ambedkar yourself, then you will be able to answer nearly 80 to 85% question. Student, sir, ये क्यों नहीं होगा? अरे नहीं होगा means नहीं. We are not Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. We are not the members of the Constituent Assembly. So the thing which is there is there. It is the easiest section. So easier than your environment. क्योंकि उसमें तो current affairs ऐसा पूछ देंगे which has no ends. So yes, it is a static part. So you will be able, if you just focus on the basics, you will be able to answer most of the questions. Now when we say simple majority, it is more than 50% of the members present and voting. It is also known as working majority. Also known as working majority. You see, it is members present and voting. Suppose in the Lok Sabha, out of the 543 members that we have, suppose 500 members are present in the house during the time of discussion. 40 members out of this 500 they abstain. Abstain means they were present in the house but they did not take part in the voting. So 40 of them abstained. So present and voting 460. The simple majority will be 460 divided by 2 plus 1. Why plus 1? Otherwise it will be a tie. This is the simplest majority, easiest majority under the Constitution of India. That is why I have written here, it is also known as working majority. Kaam chalao bahumat. Also known as working majority. Now, the second question that comes before us is, where this majority is used? Where this majority is used? Now, here you can write as note, N-O-T-E. Wherever the Constitution is silent, I repeat, wherever the Constitution is silent, on the type of majority required, on the type of majority required, comma, it is assumed that simple majority is required. It is assumed that simple majority is required. So, you will not ask that it is not mentioned in the constitution or in this document that simple majority is required. So, how simple majority will be required? So, if in any document it is written that it has to be passed by the house, it has to be passed by the house or it has to be passed by the houses of the parliament. Only this statement is there, or it has to be approved by the Lok Sabha, it has to be approved by the Rajya Sabha. It means simple majority will be required. Nowhere it is written simple word, simple majority. This word is not mentioned in your constitution or any document. So, जहां पे भी लिखा रहेगा, it is to be passed by the house, then it will mean simple majority will be used there. This is the concept of simple majority. Then coming to the second type of majority, it is absolute majority. It is more than 50% of the total membership of the house. It is fixed. For example, in the Lok Sabha, it will be 543 divided by 2 plus 1. Then when we say this 543 divided by 2 plus 1, (272). In the Delhi Legislative Assembly, (70) divided by 2 plus 1. In your Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, it will be 200 divided by 2 plus 1. This majority is required for the government formation. ये बोलते हैं, it has got absolute majority. So, the Bharatiya Janata Party has got majority in the Delhi Vidhan Sabha, Delhi Legislative Assembly elections, that is 70 divided by 2 plus 1, more than 35 seats, then it is in a position to form the government. So, any political party or a coalition which has got more than 50% of the seats in the Legislative Assembly, or here in case of the Parliament we have the Lok Sabha, that political party forms the government. So, here it is more than 50% of the total membership of the house. It is also known as majority of the house. Majority of the house. Now, in the constitution, if it is mentioned that it has to be passed by majority of the total membership of the house or majority of the whole house, then you will assume acha, it is more than 50% of the total strength of the house. This is your absolute majority. So if a party has got majority, it means it has got more than 50% of the seats in the Lok Sabha at the national level, and at the state level it is of the Vidhan Sabha or the Legislative Assembly. Then third type of majority is effective majority. It is more than 50% of the effective or the then strength of the house. Here it is more than 50% of the effective or the then strength of the house, not the total strength, the effective strength of the house, the then strength of the house. The then strength or effective strength is equal to strength of the house minus the vacancies, minus the vacancies. The vacancies are not counted here. So in the absolute majority, the whole number, that is even the vacancies, were counted. Here you suppose in the Rajya Sabha, suppose we have got 245 members, 5 seats are vacant, the members may have died or resigned, whatever it is. So 5 seats are vacant, so the effective strength will be 240. That will be the effective strength, because we will not be counting the vacancies here. These vacant seats will not be counted. So 240. In absolute majority we had counted, we had taken this number. But in case of effective majority, we will be taking this number, effective strength. If 5 vacancies are there, we will not be taking those 5 numbers. So now here, in case of absolute majority, the whole number, all the members will be taken, whether you are present, absent, whether the seats are vacant, it hardly matters. In case of simple majority, only those who are present and voting, they will matter. Even if you are present in the house, you are not taking part in the voting, you will not be counted. You will not be counted. But and here, only the vacant seats will not be counted. Now the question is, where this majority is required? This majority is required first in the Rajya Sabha for the passage of a resolution for the removal of the Vice President of India. The media had made a mess of the things, and when a resolution was introduced for the removal of the Vice President Sri Jagdeep Dhankar in the month of December, no doubt because of technical reason, it was not discussed in the House. But what was the procedure for that? They say no confidence motion against the, it is not no confidence motion, because anyone who will be the Vice President will be the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. It is an ex officio post. Everyone knows in this country, everyone who has studied, he knows it. But the media, no confidence motion against the, it is not like that. The resolution has to be against the Vice President of India, and the resolution is to be introduced only in the Rajya Sabha, and the Rajya Sabha will have to pass it by this effective majority. This majority is required in the Rajya Sabha, and after this resolution is passed in the Rajya Sabha, it has to be approved by the Lok Sabha. It has to be, the only sentence that is mentioned in the Constitution, Article 67 Clause B is, it has to be agreed upon by the Lok Sabha. So when it is written agreed upon by the Lok Sabha, agreed to by the Lok Sabha, means simple majority in the Lok Sabha and the majority of the then strength of the House in the Rajya Sabha. So basically that is why many of the students, they got confused also. I was taking class at that point of time. So the students got confused, sir, it is mentioned no confidence motion, this majority. So the press people did not do the homework well, and obviously, bhai, aap log to chalo theek hai, you are preparing for the examination, you must be knowing it. But what about the others who are not knowing about the process? They are dependent on the press only. They are dependent on the media reports only. So this is the majority required, but only, that is what we have written in the Rajya Sabha. We have not used the word parliament. If we would have used the word parliament, means both the houses. So in the Rajya Sabha, effective majority is required. In the Lok Sabha, simple majority is required. Then secondly, in the respective legislatures for the passage of resolution for the removal of their presiding officers. Presiding officers. So you see, when we say presiding officers, it is a cover term. Many of you may be knowing it. In the case of the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies, the speaker and deputy speaker, and in case of Rajya Sabha and legislative councils, chairman and deputy chairman. So if the chairman of the Karnataka Legislative Council is to be removed, then this majority will be required in the Karnataka Legislative Council. If the speaker or deputy speaker of Lok Sabha is to be removed, this majority will be required in the Lok Sabha. If the speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly is to be removed, then this majority will be required in the Kerala Legislative Assembly. So here your keywords will be the majority of the then strength of the house, not the total strength or total membership of the house. So generally the word effective majority has not been mentioned in the constitution. It is the then strength of the house, the word has been mentioned, or the majority of the then members of the house, then THEN. So this was in the news because a resolution was moved to remove the Vice President of India. So such a statement can be there. We will revise it again when we will discussing the Vice President also. Then coming to the fourth type of majority is special majority. There are three types of a special majority under the Constitution of India. First, not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. In simple majority, it was more than 50%. Here, it is not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Suppose we have got 245 members in the Rajya Sabha, and out of these 245 members, suppose 240 members are present and voting, then it will be 2/3 into 240. As it is not less than, then 2/3 will also do. Earlier what we had written more than 50%, that is why +1, otherwise it will be tie. Here it is not less than 2/3. So sometimes you will see in the constitution, when we will be discussing the aspects, that this majority is mentioned not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. This is the first type of special majority. Here and there it is used as per as it is mentioned in the constitution. The second type of special majority, here two conditions have to be fulfilled. Two conditions have to be fulfilled. This is the second type of special majority. First, majority of the total membership of the house and not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. both the conditions have to be fulfilled. Not only one, both the conditions have to be fulfilled here. For example, majorities are also always important. Why? Because in the legislative process, the majorities play a very important role. Majority is the number required to pass a bill or a resolution. So, here you see both the conditions have to be fulfilled. For example, suppose in the Lok Sabha a bill has been introduced which or a resolution has been introduced which needs this majority. Suppose we have got 450 members who are present and voting. Now, this is the static number. Absolute majority it is fixed 272. This number is must. This number is must means minimum 272. But second condition is also to be fulfilled, that is 2/3 of 450. What is the 2/3 of 450? It will be 300. So 300. Now suppose if 299 members or 298 members out of 450 they vote in favor of the bill which requires this majority, the bill will not be passed or the resolution will not be passed. Why? 298 is no doubt, it is more than 272. So the first condition is fulfilled, but 298 is not the 2/3 of 450. So both the conditions are not fulfilled here. Now a flip side I will tell you. Another condition, suppose 400 members are present and voting. What will be the 2/3 of 400? You will have to appear in CSAT also. 267. Now suppose out of 400 members, 270 members are voting in favor of the bill. This condition has been fulfilled here, but this condition has not been fulfilled. 272, it is also required, minimum 272 is required, plus 2/3 of the members present and voting, it is also required. So another condition I will tell you, suppose if 272 members are present and voting in the house, suppose 272 members are present and voting in the house, what will be the number required to pass such type of bill? If 272 are present as well as voting, what will be the number required? All should vote in favor of the bill. It is a difficult proposition. It is a difficult one. You can have 272 or you can have this number, but getting these two numbers together may be a difficult proposition. That is why it is used for some difficult work. Now, where it is used? This majority is used first under Article 368 for passage of a constitutional amendment bill in both houses of the parliament. So if the constitutional amendment bill is to be passed, then first of all one house will pass it by this majority, the other house will also pass it by this majority. That is why prior to this 18th Lok Sabha, it was very difficult on the part of the government to pass a constitutional amendment bill of its own. Why? No doubt, the Bharatiya Janata Party and its allies, that is the NDA, had majority in the Lok Sabha, but it had no majority in the Rajya Sabha. For the first time, now the NDA has got majority in the Lok Sabha as well as in the Rajya Sabha. Both. That is why earlier it was dependent on the smaller political parties, even though they were not the allies of the NDA. For example, the YSR Congress, it used to help the we can say the NDA. Then the Biju Janata Dal, it used to help the government in the passage of the bills. But now the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is NDA, has got majority in the Rajya Sabha as well as in the Lok Sabha. So for the last two Lok Sabhas, the government had no majority. That is why it was very difficult on the part of the government to pass the constitutional amendment bills. So this is required for the passage of the constitutional amendment bills in both the houses of the parliament. Here both the houses means Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha sitting separately, no joint sittings. If one house will pass the bill by this majority, other house will reject the bill, the constitutional amendment bill will not be passed. And then secondly, in both houses of the parliament, for the passage of resolution for the removal of the judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts, the CAG, the Chief Election Commissioner, and the State Election Commissioner. Now you see the irony, the State Election Commissioners, they are appointed by the governor of the concerned state. They are responsible for the conduct of the local bodies elections. The panchayat elections, the municipal bodies elections, they are conducted by the State Election Commissioner. It is a single member body, State Election Commission. And the State Election Commissioners are appointed by the governors of the respective state, but they are removed in the same manner as a judge of Supreme Court is removed or the High Court is removed. So here for the removal of the important constitutional officers, we have got this majority required in each house of the parliament sitting separately. And third, in a state legislative assembly, for the passage of a resolution requesting the parliament to create a legislative council in the state or to abolish an existing one. देखो, here what we have written, in a state legislative assembly, for the passage of a resolution requesting the parliament, it is not that the legislative assembly, suppose how many of you belong to the states which have legislative councils? How many of you are from Maharashtra in the class? You are from Maharashtra. Then, how many of you are from Karnataka? None of you. Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. So, these are the states having legislative councils. Now, suppose if Madhya Pradesh wants to have a legislative council, then no doubt the authority is that of the parliament to create a legislative council, but the initiative will be taken by the state legislative assembly. So, the state legislative assembly will pass a resolution requesting the parliament to create a legislative council for Madhya Pradesh. The final decision will be that of the parliament. And then for abolition also, Andhra Pradesh, when the YSR Congress government was there, at that point of time the YSR Congress government had passed a resolution that we don't want to have, means the assembly had passed a resolution because they had got majority in the assembly. Most of the members were in the legislative council were from the Telugu Desam party. So, they passed a resolution, it was before COVID. So, they passed a resolution that we don't want legislative council. Central government did not hear to that. So, because the logic here is that as the parliament has got the authority to create, it has got the authority to abolish also. And the request has to be from the legislative council of the concerned state. Okay? Assembly. So, assembly will request, but final authority will be that of the parliament. So, and in the assembly, the resolution that will be passed by the assembly will be by a special majority. But it is only a request. It is only a request. So, these are the types of majority under the Constitution of India. Now, coming to so sometimes the question can be asked with respect to the majority. So, you need to have a clear-cut idea about the majority also. Now, coming to another aspect that we need to develop an understanding. Yes. Yes, those who will be, suppose in this class we want to have a resolution passed by 2/3 of the members present and voting. Suppose the strength of this class is of 100 students, including our online students. So, suppose 100 students are enrolled in this batch. Now, if I ask you a question that how many of you don't want to have a class tomorrow, want to have a holiday tomorrow, then 5 of you will say that, sir, we will not take part in such type of voting. If there will be class, we will come, otherwise we will not come. So, out of 100, 5 of you abstain, 5 of you abstain. So, 95 of you are present as well as voting also. So, 2/3 of 95 will be taken. In case of simple majority, it will be, we can say more than 50% of 95 will be taken. Now coming to the third type of special majority, it is under Article 61. It is impeachment of the president. Impeachment of the president. It is not less than 2/3 of the total strength or membership of the House. It is the toughest majority under the Constitution of India. In the Lok Sabha, it will be 2/3 of 543. In the Rajya Sabha, it will be 2/3 of 245. It is the toughest majority. Whether you are absent, present, it hardly matters. So it is the toughest majority, and I will tell you again that don't be confused when you hear this word impeachment of the judges and impeachment of the president. And because when we, no doubt we use the word impeachment of the judges also, but constitutionally the word impeachment has been used only for the President of India. For the others, the word removal has been used. A judge of the Supreme Court is removed by the President, upon the passage of a resolution by both the houses of the Parliament by a majority of total membership of the House and by not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. The ground is also different. For the judges, it is proved misbehavior or incapacity, and for the president, it is violation of the Constitution. So the students generally get confused. Only the nomenclature, sometimes it is impeachment. Even in the UPSC question paper, we have seen this word, impeachment of the judges, but it is used in a context. What is the context here? The power that the Parliament enjoys in the removal of the judges. If the Parliament will not pass the resolution, the President cannot remove a judge. It cannot remove a judge of his own. So the power that the Parliament enjoys, that is why it is in a context. So कभी आपसे कोई पूछेगा भी ना, if someone will ask you also that then why the word removal has been used in the Constitution, but why even the Supreme Court says that impeachment of the judges, impeachment of the CAG, you say, sir, this is in a context. And what is the context? That the power that the Parliament enjoys in the removal of these constitutional officers. Because until and unless the Parliament will not pass the resolution, the President cannot remove the judges of the Supreme Court or the High Court or the CAG or the CEC or the State Election Commission. That is why. You will see even in the question papers they write impeachment of the judges. But these are two different things. Even the majority is different, the process is also completely different, and the ground is also different. These are the types of majority under the Constitution of India. Now, some other basic things that we need to understand. It will be under a different heading. Salient features, बोलो, वो स्टेट्स का रेक्टिफिकेशन ना, हाँ, लेकिन बेसिकली हियर वी आर डिस्कसिंग द पार्लियामेंट, इसीलिए मैंने वो बताया है, उसको आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग अंडर अ डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट, दैट इज वी हैव गॉट सम रिजिड प्रोविजंस ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आल्सो दैट रिक्वायर द रैटिफिकेशन बाय 50% ऑफ द स्टेट्स, वो भी है। Salient features of the constitution, देखो here no doubt I have written the heading as salient features of the constitution, but it is a way of studying this aspect. In the syllabus it is mentioned political system, and so our approach here will be a bit different, that okay, this is the salient feature of the Indian constitution, how it differs from the other political systems. In that way we will be discussing it, because in the prelims examination such questions will be asked. You just need to develop an idea, और उससे ज्यादा आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना है अभी। देखो, the first feature of the Indian constitution is that it is a written constitution. Now, when we say a written constitution, I have written an unwritten constitution also. Sorry. Now, here differentiation we will look into. First of all, when we say a written constitution means that the provisions of which are codified. The provisions of which are codified or systematically arranged in a single document Now, when we say an unwritten constitution will not mean that the provisions have not been written down. The provisions have been written down, but not in a single document. Here and there they have been written down, not codified. Not codified, not systematically arranged. Now, if we talk about the examples, some of you may be thinking what can be the examples here. You say the Indian Constitution, the French Constitution, US Constitution, Chinese Constitution, they are the examples. UK, New Zealand, unwritten constitutions. Now, if a book is there, you can exactly say, oh, this is the constitution of US, this is the constitution of India, this is the constitution of France, but you cannot say that this document is the constitution of New Zealand, this document is the constitution of United Kingdom. You cannot say that. But that does not mean that they have not written down. The things have been written down, but not at one place. Here and there they are scattered. For example, in one document, that is statute we call, statute means the laws made by the legislature. So in one statute, the parliamentary laws are there. One statute, the judicial act is there. In one statute, the rights of the people have been mentioned. Alag-alag. But if we talk about a written constitution at one place, how the states will be formed, the laws related to citizenship, the laws related to the executive, legislature, judiciary, local self-government written at one place. That is, we can say, the codified one. Then Secondly, a written constitution is an enacted constitution, whereas an unwritten constitution is an evolved constitution. Gradual evolution. Here, a group of people sat down together. For example, the US Constitution. What is the body known as that had enacted the Constitution of America? For in India, we have got Constituent Assembly. So, what was that body which had enacted the American Constitution? Philadelphia Convention. It was termed as Philadelphia Convention. So, the members of the Philadelphia Convention, they sat down, they wrote the document and said, this is the Constitution of United States of America. The members of the Constituent Assembly, they sat and then, okay, this is the Constitution of India. Then after that their work was over. But when we talk about an evolved constitution, gradual evolution, one document was not written at a time. For example, if we talk about the UK Constitution, the UK Constitution has been evolving since 1215 AD. That is the time of Magna Carta. So, 1215 AD, some laws basically were made at that point of time, they are still existing. Magna Carta was a decree of the king, and in 1215 AD, the king had given some declaration for the people. I will treat everyone equally. I will not punish anyone without hearing him or her. Those things are present even today in the British system. And the new laws are made, the earlier laws cease to exist. No doubt, none of the constitution can be termed as a rigid one. Obviously, even if the enacted constitutions are there, it does not mean that they are not evolving. Indian constitution is also evolving with time, but the process, how the evolution will take place, how the amendments will take place, that is mentioned in the constitution itself. That is, in this way the constitution will be amended, the new laws will be, we can say, mentioned. But here one law is made, other law ceases to exist. And the most important aspect of a written constitution is it has got the supremacy of the constitution. That is, all the three organs of the government owe their origin and derive their authority from the constitution. Whereas in an unwritten constitution there is parliamentary supremacy. Here also the students get confused that who is supreme in a country. No doubt in a democracy the correct answer will be people, the people are supreme, but the constitution is supreme in a country. Why? Because all the three organs of the government, they derive their power. Sometimes the students say, sir, in our country the judiciary is supreme. Why? Because the judiciary has the power to declare the law as null and void. But who has given this power to the judiciary? It is the constitution itself. So the constitution is supreme. So this is constitutional supremacy. Now when we talk about parliamentary supremacy, you see in the law making, You need to develop an understanding. When we talk about the law making process, in the law making process, no doubt the parliament is supreme, even in our country. Even the Supreme Court has also said. But when we talk about parliamentary supremacy in this context, as it is practiced in an unwritten constitution, it means that the parliament has the power to make laws on any subject. Here, who has authorized the parliament that you can make laws on these subjects? It is the constitution, the third party. But you see here, everything is done by the parliament. In our country, where it is mentioned that the parliament shall consist of the president, the council of states and the house of the people, it is mentioned in the constitution. But here the parliament itself decided we will be having two houses. We will be having two houses. How the bills will be passed here? It is mentioned in the constitution. What will be the privileges of the MPs? It is mentioned here. But here the parliament assumed the authority itself. The laws related to the judges of the Supreme Court mentioned in the constitution. Here the parliament enacted the law. It is not that the third party, that is the Constituent Assembly, decided, but they decided. So it is parliamentary supremacy. The parliamentary supremacy as it is practiced in the United Kingdom, it refers to the supreme law-making power of the British Parliament. The British Parliament can make laws on any subject. It can change any existing law by a very simple process. And not only this, in an unwritten constitution like England, there are commentaries which are written. Those who may have read political science in your college, that is, you will see we have written conventions are there, commentaries are there, commentaries by Lasky, commentaries by Bagot. So commentaries are also there. What the scholars say about the system. And most of the scholars, what views they have with respect to the British Parliament, they say that the British Parliament is so powerful that it can make laws on any subject except changing a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Except changing a man into a woman and a woman into a man. It means whatever is naturally possible, on those subjects the British Parliament can make laws. Now, from the examination point of view, parliamentary supremacy, feature of unwritten constitution, just need to remember like this. And then constitutional supremacy, and if reasoning assertion is there, one step further. You need to remember this much. You are not supposed to read more, but yes, you need to read everything. You need to read everything, but it is not that you should read too much of everything, but you should have an idea regarding it. This was salient features, and from here such questions can be expected in the examination. Now, coming to another feature of the Indian Constitution. Yes. When we say parliamentary supremacy, in the law making process, the parliament should have supremacy. Even the Supreme Court itself has said that if we will adhere to activism, it will be the breach of the supremacy of the parliament in the law making power. So, in the law making power, obviously the parliament should be supreme, that is, the legislature should be supreme. But when we said sovereignty of the parliament, our parliament is not as sovereign as the British Parliament. No restrictions on it. You can make laws on any subject. You can make laws on any subject. No restrictions. Change a law by a very simple process. And the laws made by the British Parliament cannot be challenged before any authority also. They cannot be declared as null and void also. But Many other aspects are also. Political culture of that particular country is also very important. So here, if a established convention is there in United Kingdom, even the political leaders, they are very afraid of violating that convention, because the political culture is very strong. So political culture means what the people feel towards the political system. That is the political culture that we have. We can have participatory political culture, we have got the subject political culture, we have got the parochial political culture. So these are political cultures. So, and the best culture is the combination of all. In India, you see, we have got parochial political culture. Why? Because people vote in the name of caste, people vote in the name of religion. That is the parochial element in us. Then to some extent you will see we have got participant political culture also. People, many of the people, they are aware about the issues, they vote on the issues also. So we have got participant political culture also. Then here and there you can find subject political culture also. Because of the tradition, a person is respected. Oh, his father was the king of this area, he is contesting the election. So many times you will see that the kings, the queens, or we can say their ancestors are the kings, they are also fighting. People respect them out of. So if you talk about the British political culture also, they have got subject political culture as well as they have got participant political culture. So that is why basically the success and failure of a political system depends on its political culture also. What type of political culture? That is why conventions are rarely broken in such type of countries. Now, coming to another aspect, another salient feature, coming to the point that your friend was raising, it is our constitution is a flexible constitution with few rigid provisions. When we say flexibility and rigidity, flexible constitution is that constitution the provisions of which can be amended easily. That is, only by the central legislature. Now, when we say a rigid constitution will not mean that the provisions cannot be amended, but the process of amendment is a complex one. Is a complex one. What is that complexity? After the central legislature passes a constitutional amendment bill, it has to be ratified by the state legislatures also. By the state legislatures also. How many state legislatures will approve? That depends on the constitution of that country. For example, US Constitution. It is a rigid constitution. After the US Congress passes the constitutional amendment bill, here special majority will be required in the US Congress. It has to be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures. How many states are there? 50. What will be the 3/4? 37. Point kuch hoga. So it will be 30 ratification by 38 states. So can you imagine? So Congress special majority plus ratification by 3/4 of the states. It is not very easy. That is why we have got very few amendments which have been made in the American Constitution. Now when we talk about Indian Constitution, we have written it is a flexible constitution with few rigid provisions, few. So in case of India, some of the provisions of the constitution after being amended by the parliament by a special majority that we had discussed have to be ratified by at least 50% of the state legislatures. In the here special majority will be required and here simple majority will be required. Now when we say state legislatures, it will include the legislatures of the 28 states plus 3 union territories which have got their own legislative assembly. So we have got 28 plus 3, 31. So if we have got the ratification by 17 of the states or 16 of the states, then as assemblies, then the bill will be passed. So some of the provisions related to one nation, one election, they are to be ratified by the states also. So this is, we can say, the complexity in us. Now the question before us is that what type of provisions of the Indian Constitution they have been made rigid in India. All the provisions are not, only some of them. We call them as rigid provisions. मैं जितना कम टाइम भी है ना, बट आई विल ट्राई टू गिव यू होलिस्टिक आइडिया ऑफ द थिंग्स, सो दैट अगर किसी का बेसिक्स कोई बहुत दिन पहले भी यू मे हैव रेड इट, so even if you may have forgotten the things, you will be able to recollect the things at the time of examination. Now when we say rigid provisions of the Indian Constitution, here I will be telling you the provisions which after being amended by the parliament, they need to be ratified by 50% of the state legislatures. They are termed as the rigid provisions. First, Articles 54 and 55 dealing with election of the president, Articles 73 and 162 extent of the executive powers of the union and the states then Chapter 4 of Part 5, Union Judiciary, that is the Supreme Court. Chapter 5 of Part 6, State Judiciary. Then Article 241, High Courts for the Union Territories. Then Chapter 1 of Part 11, Center-State Relations. Then representation of the states in the Parliament. Any list under Schedule 7 then GST Council, Article 279A, then Article 368, process of amendment of the Constitution. Which one? Which one? अच्छा, हाँ देखो, whenever we talk about amendment in the Constitution can be by three types. One will be by simple majority, that is when we create a new state or when we admit it, it is by a simple majority. नहीं. Then second, then even if you will have the legislative council for a state, that will be by a simple majority in the Parliament. No doubt that will be termed as an amendment to the Constitution, but Article 368 will not be followed there. That special majority will not be followed in the houses of the Parliament for that purpose. Then second type of, we can say, provisions, that is apart from these provisions, they are to be passed by the Parliament by special majority. The President will sign it and then the amendment will take place. And these are the provisions which basically need the ratification by at least 50% of the states. अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है, देखो, here in the Constitution, if you see Article 368, it is mechanically written down. Only the numbers you will find, 54, 55, ऐसे करके. This part I have written for your clarification, for your understanding. Now here if you see, that if we analyze that why certain provisions have been made rigid in nature, why? You see, there are mostly two types of provisions. One, dealing with center-state relations. They aim to protect the interest of the states. They have been made rigid in nature. For example, if we talk about the election of the president, who takes part in the election of the president? Even the elected MLAs of the state, they also take part. So, suppose if a government comes to power at the center, which has got majority in both Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, thumping majority, but at the state level, no majority in most of the states, then it can think our presidential candidate will not be able to get through, because in most of the states, our MLAs are not there. Amend the constitution. Only the MPs will take part in the election of the president. The powers of the state gone. That is why it has been made rigid in nature. Then, if you talk about Article 73, to what extent the Union Executive will exercise its power? Article 162, to what extent the state executive will exercise its power, it is mentioned there. Here also no changes can be made without the ratification or approval by 50% of the, you can do that, but only with the approval of 50% of the states. Then it is to maintain the independence of the judiciary. Not a single article related to the Supreme Court or the High Courts or the subordinate courts can be altered without the approval by 50% of the states. Then no article in chapter 1 of part 11, legislative relations, administrative relations, can be changed without the consent of the states. Here, then representation of the states in the parliament. How many members will be there in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha? That is why you see, when we are talking about women representation, that bill was sent to the states, because there we are talking about the representation of the women also. So a new article was to be added in the constitution, Article 230A, Article 232A, because Article 230 provided for reservation for women, reservation for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in the Lok Sabha. Then 230A, reservation for women in the Lok Sabha. Article 232, reservation for women in the, reservation for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in the Legislative Assembly. 232A, a new article. So it was related to representation. Then any list under Schedule 7. Here you see the same logic. If it is flexible, then what the central government will do? The parliament can increase the number of subjects in the concurrent list. It can curtail the number of subjects in the state list. It can assume more powers. So then GST Council, Article 279A. So it was not there in the original constitution. As you see, A, B, wherever you will see capital A, capital B, it means that these articles were not there in the original constitution. They were added by an amendment to the constitution. So this article was added by the 101st Amendment Act, and this article basically talks about the GST Council. GST Council is always in the news. Why? Because the GST Council decides on the GST rates, and the GST Council has got representation of the states also. The Union Finance Minister chairs the GST Council, and the Ministers of Finances of all the states are there in the GST Council. So here also you cannot change the structure, the composition, the functions of the GST Council, and then process of the amendment of the constitution. The whole list is mentioned in Article 368, and Article 368 says I am also rigid. Why? Because if Article 360 is not in the list, it means your constitution is a flexible one. This article is a flexible one, and the Parliament will amend Article 368. All the provisions can be amended only by the Parliament. Gone. The power of the state gone. So wherever the interest of the state is concerned, what we have seen is that the states have been given the power to ratify it. Not only this, where the independence of judiciary is there also the ratification by the state is necessary. So, in the preliminary examination, such questions can be asked. Then, yes, yes, wherever there is an effect on our federal system, federal structure, those provisions have been made rigid in nature. That is why all the provisions are, even your fundamental rights can be amended by the parliament alone. It is not required, but yes, wherever the center state relations are concerned, the powers have been given to the states also, that if you wish, the changes can be made. Now, in the workbook, so rigid provisions we have done. Then coming to, you have been given workbook also. So they will be giving you. Okay? They will be giving you in the second session, because we have got a format so that you will also not go here and there. So the lecture should be very much structured. Otherwise, what to read, what not to read, we get confused also. Now, coming to the next important aspect related to the Indian system, India is having a parliamentary system. This is another topic that the UPSC is very interested in asking. And when we talk about parliamentary system, you see, the political systems in the world, they have been classified as parliamentary system and presidential system. So before we start here, you can write one sentence based on the relationship between the executive and the legislature the political systems have been classified as parliamentary system and presidential system. So in a particular country, what is the relationship between the executive and the legislature in a particular country? Based on that, the countries are either parliamentary system or presidential system. Parliamentary system will not mean that there is a parliament or there is a legislature. In every country there is a legislature. Now one by one we will be discussing it. First of all, coming to this parliamentary system, in a parliamentary system, this is head of the state and head of the government. And head of the government. The head of the state is the nominal head, and head of the government is the real head. if you want to understand with the help of example, you see, in the United Kingdom, the head of the state is the crown and head of the government is the prime minister. Crown can be either the king or the queen. If we talk about India, the president and the prime minister. This system is also known as Westminster model. We say that we have followed the Westminster model. Now, some also say that it is a prime ministerial model. Now, but why we use the word parliamentary system here, not the prime ministerial system? The logic here is that the head of the government, that is the prime minister, he belongs to the parliament, means he is a member of the parliament. Now you say, sir, in all the countries of the world, the legislatures are not known as parliament. They have got different nomenclatures also. So why parliamentary system? You see, such a system evolved in the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is known as mother of parliamentary democracy. And as such a system evolved in the United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom the legislature is known as the parliament. That is why the nomenclature parliamentary system. That is why the nomenclature parliamentary system. Even if you talk about the other countries, they don't have parliament as the legislature, but yes, they can be termed as parliamentary system. This is the first important aspect. Head of the state is the nominal head, head of the government is the real head. Then, second important character or feature of a parliamentary system is that the ministers that is the executive, here we are talking about the political executive. The executive must be members of the legislature, must be the members of the legislature. And thirdly, the executive responsible to the legislature specially to the lower house. These are the three features, 1, 2 and 3. Now here, those who may not have understood it, I'll tell you with the help of an illustration, the things will be clear. So two things I have written here: ministers or executive must be members of the legislature, and the executive is responsible to the legislature, especially the lower house. These words you need to remember: responsible to the legislature, must be the members of the legislature. These words, these are the key words in the prelims examination. Now, those who may not have understood it, I'll take another attempt here. You see that in a parliamentary system, the electorate means the voters. If our name is there in the voters list, we are the electorates. So the electorate, it elects the legislature, and the party which has got the majority in the legislature, its members become the members of the executive. We do not elect the members of the executive. What we do? We elect our MLA. We just go and vote. We even don't know that he will be the winner or not. And after that, the party which has got the majority here in the lower house, its members become the members of the executive. You see, all our ministers at the central level as well as at the state level, they are either the members of the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, at the state level of the Vidhan Sabha. Wherever we have got bicameral legislature, they can be the member of council also. And so here there is fusion. There is the fusion. The second point that we had written here, the ministers or the executive must be the members of the legislature. So there is a fusion here. Anyone who is a minister must be the member of the legislature. No doubt in our country, there is a law that a non-member can be a minister for 6 months. But within 6 months, he needs to get elected in the legislature. So this is the second point, and then here. The executive is responsible to the legislature. So in the examination, in the prelims test, if it is the executive is responsible to the legislature, that will be the correct option. But if it is mentioned that in India, the Council of Ministers is responsible to the Lok Sabha, that will be the correct option. It is not responsible to the Rajya Sabha. It is responsible to the Lok Sabha. Why? Because it is the popular house. It is the popular house. Everywhere the government is responsible to the popular house. We no doubt we use the word legislature, but it is the popular house. The lower house is the popular house there. Because the lower house can pass the no confidence motion against the government. Wherever we have got bicameral legislature also in the states, it is the assembly that can pass the, we can say, no confidence motion. The council cannot pass the no confidence motion. So this aspect I will again tell you when I will be discussing Article 75 clause 2 and clause 3. Abhi tak sirf 3 points you need to remember, your one question is done. And here also the UPSC is very fond of asking it. In 2010 this question, 2020 this question was asked. In 2017 also this question was asked. Now coming to the presidential system. In which countries we have got presidential system? Very good. US is a role model of a presidential system. Now in a presidential system, the head of the state and government is the same. You see the US president, he is the head of the state and he takes all the decisions himself also. You see all the decisions are being taken, but in our country, the president is the signing authority and all the decisions are taken by the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. Then the members of the executive not to be the members of the legislature. So, even if a member of the Senate or a member of House of Representative is appointed as a minister, in America the ministers are known as secretaries. So, if a senator or if a member of the House of Representative is appointed as the secretary by the president, he needs to resign from the house and then only he can take oath as the secretary. You cannot be a member of the legislature as well as that of the executive. There is a clear-cut separation of powers. No. In fact, the Congress itself will decide what bills will be passing, what bills will be introduced. Yes, indirectly he can influence, that is a different thing. But directly he will not be taking part in the proceedings, and his ministers will also not be taking part in the proceedings. Clear-cut separation of powers. I will tell you with the help of an illustration here. The US case. US is a role model of a presidential system. In the US, the electorate they elect the members of the legislature. And in separate election, the chief executive is elected, that is the president is elected. When we say legislature, here we are talking about the US Congress, the members of the Senate and House of Representatives. It is a bicameral legislature, the US Congress. The members of the Senate, they are elected by the people every 6 years. So, the people of America, they elect the members of the Senate every 6 years. Every state has got 2 representatives each. Then House of Representative is like our Lok Sabha, and the term of the House of Representative is 2 years. And this election has no impact on the term of the president, and the US president is elected for a term of 4 years. In a parliamentary system, if you don't have majority here, no government formation. Here it hardly matters. Even if you don't have majority here, the president will be there. He can be removed by the process of impeachment. That is a different thing. But under normal circumstances, this election will have no impact on the president's term. They will be making laws. There is a clear-cut separation of powers. He will be taking executive decisions. He will be held by the assistants called the secretaries. And then after that, he will be signing all the agreements. He will be doing all the appointments. That is his responsibility. No. That is in America basically, that they are not to be the member. They are the personal choice. Secretaries means the ministers. They are the personal choice of the American president. And you know, the American president, during his term, he undertakes nearly 4,000 appointments during his whole term. He will be appointing and of his own. But there is a check and balance there. All the appointments which are made by the American president, it is to be ratified by the Senate. It is to be ratified by the Senate. the secretaries that he will be appointing. So after the name is finalized by him, the Senate will ratify it. Senate is the upper house. It will ratify it, and then only the person will be appointed. Similarly, the judges of the Supreme Court, they are appointed by the president, but the name is to be ratified by the Senate. Then only the person will be, otherwise there will be nepotism, there will be favoritism. Even if an ambassador is appointed to any country, that name is to be ratified by the Senate. This is known as the concept of checks and balance, because unlimited power will lead to chaos, it will lead to autocracy, it will lead to dictatorship of one organ. That is why here we have got separation of powers along with checks and balance. Because in a parliamentary system, what happens? There is a check and balance on the Prime Minister also, because the members of the Council of Ministers, they are also elected. So a consensus is there in the Council of Ministers, a decision is taken. But here there is a one-man show, and the chances of becoming his dictator is more in a presidential system. So separation of powers is there along with the concept of checks and balance, because in any democracy, no doubt there has to be separation of powers, but there has to be checks and balance also. You see, everything. All the appointments which are made in America will be done by the chief executive, that is the president. All the appointments. Now, you see, there was a question in 2020, a parliamentary system of government is one in which 4 options I will tell you. First, all political parties in the parliament are represented in the government. It is a correct option or not? No. The government is responsible to the parliament and can be removed by it. Third option, the government is elected by the people and can be removed by them. And fourth one, the government is chosen by the parliament but cannot be removed by it before completion of a fixed term. Second one. So you see, understanding based questions. So 2021, 2020, and then in 2017 also a question was asked. The question I am telling you, the main advantage of the parliamentary form of government is that, it is the advantage. First, the executive and the legislature work independently. Second, it provides continuity of policy and is more efficient. Third, the executive remains responsible to the legislature. And fourth, the head of the government cannot be changed without election. See, because when the executive is responsible to the legislature, it means that it will not go here and there. It will not go here and there. So the legislature can always put a check, and in our country also it is there through censor motion, through no confidence motion. These motions will be discussing. The parliament puts a check. We have got the parliamentary committees also. The members ask questions in the parliament. So there is a legislative check on the executive. Such type of understanding based statements are there in the examination. In 2015 also there was a question, but it was very easy one. There is a parliamentary system of government in India because the 4 options I will tell you. Lok Sabha is elected directly by the people. Parliament can amend the constitution. Rajya Sabha cannot be dissolved. And D, Council of Ministers is responsible to the Lok Sabha. Council of Ministers is responsible to the Lok Sabha. So that is what I just want to tell you, that parliamentary, the UPSC is very fond of asking questions on the parliamentary system. So if you have got an understanding regarding it, you will be able to answer the question. There is no need to panic about it. The questions are not, we can say, Indian polity, I always tell my students, it is not a rocket science. If you have understood the concept, you will be able to answer the questions in the examination. And then which of the following is correct regarding a presidential system, or which of the following is a feature of a presidential system? The answer will be separation of powers. Separation of powers. Now, if we talk about concept of separation of powers, separation of powers is a feature of democracy also. The three organs of the government, they should work separately. This doctrine of separation of powers was propounded by, can you tell me the name? Very good. By the French philosopher Montesquieu. So, Montesquieu was a French philosopher, and Montesquieu was of the view that if the three functions of the state, that is law making, law implementation, and law adjudication, if these three functions of the state are vested in a single person or a single body, it will lead to dictatorship. In monarchy, the king was the sole giver of the law, he was the sole implementer of the law, and he was the sole judge. There was dictatorship. So that is why Montesquieu said that in democracy, these three functions have to be exercised by three different organs. That is the concept of separation of powers. Now, in case of India, a strict separation of powers is not feasible between the legislature and the executive because there is a fusion. So, in India, a strict separation of powers is not feasible between the legislature and the executive, but Article 50 provides for separation of judiciary from executive. There is no need to mug up the directive principle of state policy, because here also if you see the PYQs, the UPSC has asked this question, your state PCS has asked this question, because it is based on the concept of separation of powers. So, Article 50, because we have got the fusion of legislature and executive, so constitution provides for separation of judiciary from the executive. Such questions will be asked in the prelims examination. Not a single question will be asked beyond it in the parliamentary system and the presidential system. Now, in some of the countries, we have got a combination of both, that is known as quasi-presidential system. For example, in France, in Russia, in Sri Lanka, we had the elections last year. So, there may be a question on your understanding about a quasi-presidential system. These are some countries where we have got quasi-presidential system, and quasi means semi, quasi means semi. So, it is a blend, blend means combination. So it is a blend of presidential system and parliamentary system. The students generally ask me that, sir, if it is a blend of presidential and parliamentary, why we don't call it as quasi-parliamentary? Why quasi-presidential? It is more closer to the presidential system than to the parliamentary system. It is more closer. Only some of the elements of the parliamentary system are present in a quasi-presidential system. I will tell you with the help of example here. You see, the example of France. The French president is directly elected by the people. Direct election of the president. Have you observed the US presidential election? Whether it was direct election or not? Huh? It was an indirect election. Very good. How it was an indirect election? Very good. So basically people feel that the American president is directly elected by the people. But elected by the people can be correct, but directly elected by the people can be a question mark here. Why? Because first of all, in the month of November, the election to elect the electoral college takes place. First of all, the electoral college is elected by the people, their people directly elect, and every state, it elects as many representatives or as many members which are represented in the US Congress from that state. Washington DC 3 and rest 50 states, they have got their own numbers. 2 members each in the Senate and these members in the House of Representatives. Every state will elect. Now in the month of November only we come to know that okay, this person is going to be the president. Why? Because if in more number of states the people have voted for the Republican candidate, the local candidate, suppose if we have got this constituencies, suppose this is one state, suppose this state sends 26 or 27 members in the US Congress, 27 members, both the political parties, Republican and the Democrats, they will be giving 23, 27 candidates each year. If more number of Democrats will be elected from here, it means these members will be voting for the Democrat candidate who is contesting for the president's election on a particular day. So in the first round, every state will elect its electoral college. Then in the month of December, it is a formality, In the month of December, suppose you people have been elected from one of the states. Now what you will do, all of you will go to the state capital and you will vote for the president's election. That is okay, and in your ballot paper, the name of the 2 presidential candidates will be there. इंडिया जैसा नहीं है. इंडिया में तो 1 month का टाइम दे दो तो 1 crores 2 crores में वो तो सेल हो जाएगा. Yes, they can buy the people, or we can say the ऐसा नहीं है. A Republican is there, he will vote for the Republican candidate. But people had in mind that yes, if I will vote for the Democrat candidate here, if he wins, he will vote for the Democrat candidate who is contesting the election of the American president. So this is the way. And in the month of December, they vote, and after that, suppose if one state, most of the members of the electoral college, they have voted in favor of the Republican candidate, this state has voted for Republican, 1 vote for the Republican candidate. So 50 states plus 1, Washington DC 51 votes. Each speaker will send the certificate to the presiding officer of the Senate, and the presiding officer of the Senate opens the certificate, 51 certificates, on 3rd of January. The day is also fixed, 3rd of January, and it is a formality only. and on 20th of January, the American president takes oath. And if it is a public holiday, then on 21st of January, he will take oath in public, and on 20th, he will take oath in the office. This is the process. But if we talk about France, the French president is directly elected by the people. People go and vote Macron or this candidate. And in France, there is another special thing, that in case of the candidate who wins the French president's election, he will have to get the majority of the total votes, means more than 50% of the total valid votes. Suppose if 1 lakh voters are there, he will have to get more than 50% of the votes, then only he will be declared as elected. And in case of a multi-cornered contest, 2 candidates are there, one will get the majority. But if it is a multi-cornered contest and none of the candidate will get the majority, then re-election takes place among the first top 2 candidates. Among the first top 2 candidates, re-election, and obviously one will get the majority. Macron had won the election last time by this system. It is known as runoff. And that is why this question was asked in the main examination also. That is, compare the French president's election with the Indian president's election in the main examination. So, current affairs based question. So, the French president is directly elected by the people. Then he appoints a person of his choice as the prime minister. He appoints the other ministers in consultation with the prime minister. So, these two are the features of presidential system. This is the feature of parliamentary system. Consultation with the PM in the appointment of the ministers. Then the ministers not to be the members of the legislature. This is the feature of the presidential system. The ministers not to be the members of the legislature. And the most unique system is that though the ministers, when we say ministers, it includes the prime minister also. Though the ministers are not the members of the legislature, they are they take part in the proceedings of the National Assembly National Assembly is the lower house of France. Just as we have got the Lok Sabha, they have got the National Assembly. They take part in the proceedings of the National Assembly and are responsible to it. It is the feature of parliamentary system. So you say that the ministers, the PM, they will not be the members of the legislature, but they will take part in the proceedings. Suppose I am not a member, I have been appointed as a minister, but I will take part in meetings here and I will be answerable to you. And if a no confidence motion is passed against me, I will have to resign. Means you know that the president, while appointing the prime minister, will have to see that the prime minister must have the support of the National Assembly. National Assembly. Sometimes there can be a problem here also. The president from one political party, the prime minister from another political party. Suppose if a person has been elected as the president, but it is direct election, but most of the members of the National Assembly, they are not from his political party, they are from the opposition. So if he appoints the prime minister of his political party, then obviously a no confidence motion will be passed, as it happened last time in Sri Lanka. So they will have to be very cautious, and sometimes we have seen that even a member from the opposition is also appointed as the prime minister. That is known as cohabitation. The president and the prime minister from different political parties. Different political parties. That is cohabitation. There is a hearing impact of the class. So as we have got a presidential election in Sri Lanka, which is a quasi-presidential system, so there can be a theoretical question on quasi-presidential system, that which one of the following is correct regarding a quasi-presidential system. The aspects that I told you about the French model will be applicable for Sri Lanka also. So this was basically the presidential system, the parliamentary system. Parliamentary system, so the questions are asked because we are following the parliamentary system, but question can be there from the presidential system also, as we had the president's election, American president's election, and in Sri Lanka we had got the quasi presidential system which had got its election. We'll stop here for a break and I'll see you after a break. So before going for the break, we had a discussion on the parliamentary system, presidential system. Now, another feature of the Indian political system is that it is a federal system with strong unitary features. Here again, when we say a federal system and unitary system, this is also a classification of the political systems, and based on the division of powers between the center and the states, the political systems may be classified as unitary and federal. So it is based on the division of powers. Earlier the classification was based on the relationship between the executive and the legislature. Here it is the division of powers between the central government and the state government. So you see, a country can be a parliamentary system as well as a unitary system. It can be a federal system as well as a presidential system. Now, when we say unitary system, to clear our basics, in a unitary system, there is concentration of powers in the central government. There can be delegation of powers there can be delegation of powers. But when we talk about a federal system, in a federal system there is the presence of dual governments. The central government and the provincial or state governments, and there is decentralization of powers. Now here the examples can be United Kingdom, China, France. They are the examples of unitary system. Now when we say unitary system, a unitary system will not mean that there are no states. The states or the provinces will be there, but the power is concentrated in the central government. Suppose the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, they have got Scotland, they have Northern Ireland and Wales, and all of them have got their own provincial assemblies also, but constitutionally the power is concentrated in the central government in London. And if the central government wishes, it can delegate some powers to the provinces, that okay, you can impose taxes on these subjects, you can impose taxes on these subjects, but the power is concentrated in the central government. Similarly, if we talk about China, in China there are provinces, there are autonomous regions also, but the power is concentrated in the central government at Beijing. And if the central government wishes, it delegates some of the powers, that okay, you can make laws on these subjects, you can collect taxes on these subjects, as and when the central government wishes, it can take back the powers from the states or the provinces. Constitutionally, the powers are not given to the states or the provinces. On the other hand, if we talk about a federal system, what are the powers of the central government, what are the powers of the provincial or the state governments? They are clear cut written down in the constitution, that these are the powers of the central government, these are the powers of the state government. There is decentralization of powers. US, Canada, South Africa, Australia, many countries are there which are having this federal system. Now, when we talk about India, with respect to India, there are different nomenclatures. Nomenclatures means the terminology that has been used for India, that what India can be termed as. The drafting committee held that India was a federal system, whereas Professor K.C. Ware, he was a political scientist, he held that India was not completely federal, it is quasi-federal. Quasi-federal means semi-federal. Now, here you see that in the social sciences, the views are not wrong. Social sciences, the views are not wrong. Facts can be wrong, that is a different thing, but we will have to understand the context in which the views have been given. You see, the drafting committee was of the view that India is a federal system. They say that no, it is not a truly federal system. So, whether the drafting committee was correct or Professor K.C. Ware and some other political scientists were correct, we'll have to analyze it. How we can analyze it? For that, we will have to understand that what are the features of a true federation. essential features of a true federation. This has been given by the political scientists. First, a written constitution, supremacy of the constitution, rigid constitution, division of powers, a bicameral legislature, an independent judiciary. This is another aspect from where the questions are asked in the examination, that which of the following is an essential feature of a true federation or a condition of a true federation. Now here only these 6 are there. Apart from these 6 points, if any other point will be there, that will not be the correct aspect. Here, in place of an independent judiciary, what we have seen, that the public service commissions, they mention committed judiciary. So committed judiciary is a negative concept, whereas independent judiciary is a positive concept. Independent judiciary means the judiciary will not work under the pressure of the central government or the state government. It is to work independently. And when we talk about these features, I will explain it. Why a written constitution? Written constitution is a must, because if the things are not written down in a document, then there will be chaos, there will be confusion. Every time the state will say where it is written that it is your powers, the central government will say it is where it is written that it is your powers, so it is written here. So a written constitution is a must, and this constitution must be the supreme law of the land, because if there is another law beyond the constitution, then people will not abide by this constitution. Then why rigid constitution? Otherwise it will become a plaything in the hands of the central government. Then division of powers, there has to be clear-cut division of powers. These are the powers of the central government, these are the powers of the state government. Then a bicameral legislature, 2 houses must be there. Why? One house will be representing the popular will, means direct representation of the people, whereas one house will be representing the states, and an independent judiciary. Why? To arbiter the disputes that may arise between the center and the states, or between the states themselves. So in every country, federal country, these are the aspects that we find. Now when we talk about India, India fulfills all the features of a true federation. We have a written constitution which is supreme. The provisions regarding the center-state relations are rigid in nature. That is why we discussed it abhi थोड़ी देर पहले. Then there is division of power. There are 3 lists: union list, state list, and the concurrent list. Then we have a bicameral legislature. The members of the Lok Sabha are directly elected by the people, whereas the members of the Rajya Sabha, that is the Council of States, they represent the states. Then an independent judiciary. The Supreme Court acts as the independent arbiter of disputes that may arise between the center and the states, or between the states themselves. That is why the drafting committee may have held that India is having a federal system. Now the views of Professor K.C. Ware and others, that India is quasi-federal. Basically, Professor K.C. Ware and others, who have considered India as quasi-federal, not a truly federal system, they have taken into consideration the American system as the role model, that America is the role model of a federal system, and in America these are the aspects which are present. It is not present in this country, it is not a truly federal country. For example, in America they have got dual constitution. In India we have got single constitution. In America they have got dual citizenship. In India we all are the citizens of India. Earlier there was dual constitution, dual citizenship for Jammu and Kashmir, but after 2019 we don't have that provision also. So we have a single constitution with single citizenship. Not only this, in case of India, the states are at the mercy of the central government. If tomorrow the parliament wishes to divide Uttar Pradesh into 3 parts or 4 parts, the consent of the state government is not required. If the central government decides to merge 2 states, then the consent of the states will not be required. So the states are at the mercy of the central government, and Article 3 authorizes the parliament to alter the area or boundary or even the change of a name of a state without the consent of the state. Not only this, during national emergency, the division of powers is suspended and the constitution acts as unitary constitution. The parliament assumes the power to make laws on any subject in the state list. Not only this, if you talk about the 3 lists which are there, the more number of subjects and the more important subjects are in the union list. Defense, external affairs, communication, citizenship, railways, internal security, you tell a name and that department will be under the union government. That ministry, the subject will be in the union list. Not only this, in case of concurrent list, both the union government as well as the state governments can make laws. But what if both the union and the state make a law on the same subject in the concurrent list? Whose law will prevail? The union law or the central law will prevail. Not only this, the residuary power lies with the, what is this residuary power? Very good. A subject which is not there in any of the 3 lists is termed as a residuary subject. For example, AI, then we have got earlier, we had got the open space also. That was also not mentioned in any of the 3 lists. So when the Sputnik was sent, so at that point of time we had to make laws on that. As it was not there in any of the 3 lists, space became a subject of the residuary list. Then cyber laws. When we entered the era of information technology, we felt the need for cyber laws. It was not mentioned in any of the 3 lists, and then it became a residuary subject. So not only this, many other reasons are also there. We have got the All India services. The officers of the All India services, IAS, IPS, Indian Forest Service, they are appointed by the central government, but they mostly serve under the states. And then the governor, he is appointed by the central government, but he acts in the state. He is the executive head of the state government. He is not responsible to the people of the state, and he cannot be removed by the state government also. So many other reasons are also there. When we will be discussing the center-state relations, we will be discussing that the more important tax subjects are under the union government. Not only this, the union government can give directives to the states also, and if a state government fails to abide by the administrative directives, it can be a ground for the state emergency in that particular state. So here what we see is that if we talk about the working of the Indian federal system, it is more biased towards the center. But there is a logic behind it. We had followed the Canadian model here. And why we did it? Because if we would have followed the American model, our country would have disintegrated. Because India is a diverse country. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, if we see, then the whole country is divided in the name of religion, language, regional aspirations are there, caste is there, and if we would have gone for the American model, our country would have disintegrated. That is why we adopted the Canadian model, which has got a plural society, and in a multicultural society, the central government needs to be strong. Otherwise, the divisive forces will be stronger and the country will disintegrate. That is the logic. It is not a criticism of India that we are having quasi-federal system. Our constitution makers adopted it because of the diversity that prevails in India. To keep the country integrated, united, we had got this model. So this is the logic. So such type of questions will be asked in the examination. Quasi-federal or we can say unitary federation with a strong unitary biasness. These are the terms which have been used for India, keeping in view the working of the federal system. Now, there is another question that can be asked with respect to federation. That is what, which of the following is correct regarding federation, confederation, such terms can come. When we need to define a federation, it is a group of non-sovereign units. It is a group of non-sovereign units. You see, the units are not sovereign. Haryana, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Chhattisgarh, they are not sovereign. Whereas confederation is a group of sovereign units. We have got the ASEAN, European Union, G20, then a federation is the creation of the law of the land law of the land. So through the constitution it is created, whereas confederation is the result of an international treaty or an agreement. In a federation, the units have no right to secede. Secede means to move away. Whereas here the units have the right to secede. Tomorrow if India wants to not to be a part of G20, it can take back the membership. No one can compel. It is the free will. If India says that no, will not be a member of Commonwealth, no one will stop India that no, you should be a member of the Commonwealth. But here the units have no right to secede. Suppose if tomorrow Tamil Nadu or Haryana or Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, they will say no, we'll secede from India, then they will be handled with, we can say, iron hands, because you have not created India, India has created you. So this is the basic difference between a federation and a confederation. Sometimes the question may be asked in the examination. The history teacher will tell you that they can secede, but a polity teacher will never test it. For that, we will have to understand the concept of political development. We will have to understand the concept of development. It is not a static thing. When we talk about America, America is termed as a federation, and how America was created. 13 British colonies were there, and these 13 British colonies, they had signed a treaty amongst themselves that we have got homogeneity, let us create a country called United States of America. So suppose we all are the colonies and we will sign an agreement that chalo theek hai, we will have homogeneity, so let us form a country. Now when an agreement is made, then the clauses are there so that you can secede. That is the part of history. But gradually what happens? Political development takes place in the country, and gradually with the change of time, the central government becomes more and more powerful. Why? Because the defense comes under the central government, more taxation. So the central government gradually increases its resources, and it is very difficult on the part of the units to secede from the whole. When Abraham Lincoln was the president of America, at that point of time some of the states, they were under this apprehension only, that we have signed an agreement, we have made United States of America, we can secede from it at any point of time. Abraham Lincoln sent a clear-cut message: if you wish to secede from America, you will have to fight war with America, because now it was the question of sovereignty of America. So you say, that is, the history teacher will say no agreement has been signed, they can secede. But a teacher of politics will never say that they will secede, because that is not possible now. Originally there were 13 colonies who had combined together. Now we have got 50 states. They have been diluted also. Who were the original states? So big questions are there. So that is why basically it is a process of development that we need to understand. So that type of political aptitude we need to have. Now it is the question of sovereignty of America. They will never allow secession from America. Otherwise the whole country will become, we can say, will be scattered into different parts. That is why it is not possible. and that was in the minds of our constitution makers also. That is why we did not use the word federation for India, that it will give a wrong impression. That is why the word quasi-federal, federal was not used by our constitution makers. They had used the word union of states for India. So to give, because that was there in their mind, the thing that you have in your mind, they have also there in mind. If you use the word federation, it will give an idea that it is a result of an agreement, but it is not result of an agreement like the American system. That is the political process. Basically you will have to say such vague statements will not be asked. If and but, you are not the question setter. I don't know whether you are there in the class. University professors, they set the question. You people are not the question setters. They even don't think about it, and they will never ask about it. They will never ask about such questions. Clear? So you should not imagine that, okay sir, if this question will come. This is conceptually wrong statement, conceptually wrong, and the professors will never ask such type of questions. A general question can be asked, that in a federation the units have the right to secede. The answer will be no, because it is not the result of an agreement. Because in America earlier 13 colonies were there, now 50 are there, 50 states are there. So 13 colonies, which were the original ones. So these things are there, they have no right. Abraham Lincoln had given clear-cut message, you have no right to secede. Secede from America, fight a war with America first. If you win, you become another country, because now it is the question of sovereignty of India. Now coming to the next aspect, framing of the constitution. The body which had drafted the constitution or enacted the constitution of India was the Constituent Assembly. You all may be knowing something about it, Constituent Assembly. Who was the chairman of the drafting committee? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Very good. Have you heard the name of Sir B.N. Rao? Who was he? He was the constitutional legal advisor to the Constituent Assembly. What was his role? Because people don't know about him. What was his role? He was like a secretary. He was the man behind the Constitution of India. He has not been glorified by our leaders. That is a political question. But he was the man who was behind the Constitution of India. Whenever you have time, you read about him. And he was the man, he was the person who had read almost all the constitutions of the world. It was not your constitution makers as such. He used to give ideas, and whenever the Constituent Assembly was in dilemma, they wanted to give justification to the members, then they used to go to Sir B.N. Rao for advice. So he was a brain behind the Constitution of India, the unsung hero of the Constituent Assembly. He was not a member of the Constituent Assembly, but unsung hero we say. He was an unsung hero. He helped many of the countries in enacting their constitution also, not only the Constitution of India. He was the part of the secretariat of Lord Mountbatten. तो वहां से तुमने सोचा होगा कि secretary, हाँ? So he was a very learned person. चलो ठीक. So you have heard his name also. You have heard about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar also, drafting committee. How many members were there in the drafting committee? 7 members were there. Who had elected the members of the Constituent Assembly? If they were directly elected by the people of India? No. They were elected by the members of the provincial assemblies. So basic idea you have. So in the UPSC, they will not be asking you some very, we can say, deep rooted questions just like the state PCS examinations. They will be, but in the state UPSC level, difficult questions may not be asked from this part. So some points I will tell you, you can write it. The elections to elect the members of the Constituent Assembly was held in July 1946. Was held in July 1946. Full stop. Next. The members of the Constituent Assembly, were elected by the members of the provincial assemblies. Now some of the students may be thinking that what was this provincial assemblies? You see that under the Government of India Act 1935, the elections were held to elect the members of the provincial assemblies. So there were provincial assemblies like Bengal, Bombay, Madras, so central provinces, united provinces. So the Government of India Act 1935, the Government of India Act 1935 was act by which India was ruled before independence. So from time to time, the British Parliament had passed the Government of India Acts, and the latest one was 1935, and in the Government of India Act 1935, there was provision for the election to the members of the provincial assemblies, and the elections were held also. No doubt, the members had resigned in 1937, but their names were there, that these members have been elected from Bombay, these members have been elected from Bengal, these members have been elected from United Provinces. The names were there. So it was decided that the members of the provincial assemblies, they will elect the representatives from their own provinces. Just as today we elect the members of the Rajya Sabha. For example, if 3 members are to be elected from Delhi, then the members of the Delhi Legislative Assembly, they elect their 3 representatives. Suppose if 31 members are to be elected from Uttar Pradesh, then these 31 members are elected by 403 MLAs of Uttar Pradesh. They take part in the election. Similarly, from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, from Chhattisgarh, the representatives are elected today. So in the same way, the members of the provincial assemblies were elected by the members of the Constituent Assembly were elected by the members of the provincial assemblies. Next point we can write. The first session of the Constituent Assembly was held on 9th December 1946. full stop. It was presided over by Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. It was presided over by Dr. Sachidanand Sinha. This was the question that was asked in the last year prelims examination. So this year it will not be asked. So you are not supposed to remember his name for this year prelims examination, because Dr. Sachidanand Sinha was there in the question paper. Then next, the Muslim League boycotted the session. The Muslim League boycotted the session and demanded a separate constituent assembly, for Pakistan. Next, on 11th December 1946, on 11th December 1946, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected as the president of the Constituent Assembly. President of the Constituent Assembly. Next, Sir B.N. Rao, RAU. From which state he was? Sir B.N. Rao? Rao, RAU. He is from Karnataka. B.N. Rao was appointed as legal or constitutional advisor, to the Constituent Assembly. Next, on 13th December 1946, Pandit Nehru presented the objective resolution. You highlight this point. Generally, sometimes the students who do not read it properly, they opt for the option that Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had presented the objective resolution, because in the option Dr. Ambedkar had presented the objective resolution, Pandit Nehru had presented the objective resolution. The correct answer will be Pandit Nehru. What was this objective resolution? Objective resolution basically was a document which showed that what was the objective of the Constituent Assembly, and later on this objective resolution was adopted as the preamble of the Constitution. Then next, the Assembly constituted 22 committees. To give inputs on various aspects. Next, the drafting committee was headed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Full stop. The other members were Alladi Krishna Swami Iyer, K.M. Munshi, K.M. Munshi, Muhammad Sadullah, Muhammad Sadullah, S-A-A-D, Muhammad Sadullah, Sadullah, S-A-A-D-U-L-A, Sadullah. Then N. Gopalaswamy, N. Gopalaswamy. Then B.L. Mittar, B.L. Mittar. In bracket you can write, he was replaced by N. Madhav Rao, as he was not well, so he was replaced by N. Madhav Rao. Then D.P. Khaitan, D.P. Khaitan, he was replaced by T.T. Krishnamachari. He was replaced by T.T. Krishnamachari. D.P. Khaitan had died, so that is why he was replaced. In the examination, the name of K. Munshi is generally asked, that which one of the following was a member of the drafting committee. K. Munshi will be the name that will be there, because his name is, he has a popular name. Then in the next point you can write, we have got many public service commissions. Why you will be taking risk? Because drafting committee was the most important committee. So that is why the name of the members of the drafting committee must be known to us, because everyone knows the name of the chairman, but we are not aware about the name of the members. So the name of the members is also very important. Then next point you can write, the constitution was based on consensus. The constitution was based on consensus. I will make you to understand it so that you will not forget such type of points in the examination. What was this consensus? Every part of the constitution was first of all brought into for discussion in the Constituent Assembly. It was placed for discussion. So when the first draft was ready, then chapter wise it used to be introduced in the Constituent Assembly for discussion. The members used to discuss it. Then the members used to talk about the changes that needed to be made. And after that, voting used to take place. And when there was consensus on a particular part of the constitution, then only that was adopted and it was put in the constitution. So discussion, debate, voting used to take place, and by that way consensus was developed in the Constituent Assembly. That is why we say that it is based on consensus. Then next, the constitution was adopted. The constitution was adopted by the assembly on 26th November 1949. 26th November 1949, full stop. From that day, some of the provisions came into force. Some of the provisions came into force. These provisions or articles were, 5, 5. Article numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 324, 366, 367, 379, 380, 388, 391, 392, 393 and 394. In bracket you write, as per article 394. There only you can write, as per article 394. So you say that it is mentioned in the constitution, article number 394. What is mentioned in article 394? In article 394 it is mentioned that the constitution was adopted on 26th November, the date, and which articles will come into force from that day. The list is given in article number 394. So the list that you have written, it is mentioned in which article of the constitution? 394. And in article number 394 it is mentioned that the rest of the provisions will come into force from 26th of January 1950. It is mentioned in the constitution itself. People who do not have read the constitution, वो लोग सोचते होंगे अच्छा नहीं चलो ठीक है, they may have agreed on that, but no, it is mentioned in article number 394, the date 26th January 1950. That is the date of the commencement of the constitution. This date is adoption of the constitution, and that is known as the commencement of the constitution. Next point you can write. Because these are related, most of them are related with citizenship. Clear? Citizenship. Then election commission. Because the constitution came into force from that day only. Because on 26th of January, we have got the Republic Day, that is known as Republic Day. Why the word Republic was chosen, not the Constitution Day? We had got the elected head, So basically, if you see that from 26th of January 1950, India was declared as a republic. Means the head of the state was an elected one, and if on article 324 would not have come into force, then the election would not have taken place on 25th of January. इलेक्शन आप पहले नहीं करवा सकते थे ना, तो वो आपको इलेक्शन के लिए you needed election commission, you needed the articles related to citizenship, because only the citizens can take part in the election of the president. So these articles are correlated. The president needs to take oath. That is mentioned in article 60 of the constitution. So keeping in view the importance of some of the articles, that is why they came into force from 26th of November. Rest of the provisions, they came into force from 26th of January. Then next point you can write here, 26th November is observed as Constitution Day. The idea of observing this day is to imbibe the idea, imbibe, I-M-B-I-B, imbibe the spirit of constitution, that is justice, equality, liberty, and equality in the minds of the citizens. Minds of the citizens. Next. So this is the idea that why we celebrate, why we observe the Constitution Day. Next. The rest of the provisions came into force from 26th January 1950. Full stop. On that day, the Constituent Assembly ceased to exist, C-E-A-S-E-D, ceased to exist and transformed itself into Provisional Parliament of India, until a new parliament was constituted in 1952. So from that day, the Constituent Assembly became the Parliament of India till the first Parliament was not elected. Now here comes another question from the prelims point of view, that which body acted as the provisional or the first Parliament of independent India? The answer will be Constituent Assembly, because the Constituent Assembly on that said, it passed the resolution that from today we are not going to enact the Constitution. Basically it is over now, the work is over. From today, even if we will make law, it will be in accordance with the Constitution, and if any changes will be made in this Constitution, it will be in accordance with Article 368 of the Constitution, and it will be termed as amendment to the Constitution. So the Constituent Assembly acted as the first Parliament of independent India. Now this was a brief idea about the Constituent Assembly. Now coming to the sources तो चलो ठीक है, they rarely ask nowadays in the examination. So there is a blank paper also, you may have seen there in the workbook. Sources. So what are the major sources of the Indian Constitution? Just before going for the examination, have a glance through it. Rarely nowadays the UPSC asks on the sources of the Constitution. In the state PCS examination the question can be asked, but not in the UPSC. And many things you may be knowing also, that from where we have taken what? From where we have taken the directive principles of state policy? Irish Constitution. Okay. From where we have taken this concept of equality before law? British. Gradually in the class also, during the discussion, I will tell you that okay, we have taken equal protection of law from United States of America. So that during the time of discussion that will be done. Let's say if you wish, so you can have a glance through any of the books that you have and you can write it, the important ones only. Now coming to the another topic that we will be starting today, it is the preamble. From here also difficult questions are not asked. We feel that these questions are difficult because we read the things haphazardly. That is why the questions become difficult for us. I'll tell you very systematically how we should go for this preamble, what we need to understand in the preamble, and you will be able to answer all the questions will be asked from the preamble today evening when you go home. You see, preamble is just like the preface of a book. Just in a book we have a preface. What is there in the preface? The summary of the book is written. Why the author has written the book, what was there in his mind. So when we talk about the preamble, it is just like a preface. Some important statements can be there with respect to the preamble. First, it is not mandatory but customary on the part of a written constitution to have a preamble. It is not mandatory. No political scientist has ever said that there must be a preamble to a constitution. It is customary, convention is there. It is a prelude to the constitution. It contains the philosophy, and summary of the constitution. It is the soul of the constitution. Here sometimes the students get confused. Why? Because Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had held that Article 32 of the Constitution was the heart and soul of the Constitution. But the preamble, the Supreme Court has held that the preamble was the soul of the Constitution. Obviously, Supreme Court is the interpreter of the Constitution, so we will abide by what the Supreme Court has said. And the UPSC in its key had also held that soul of the Constitution is the preamble, that is the correct option. So basically what we do, that is on what basis the Supreme Court gives, the UPSC gives the key. What is the basis? It is not the book that the UPSC follows, the Supreme Court pronouncement, or we can say the commentaries by eminent persons, or we can say the NCERT. These are the base books that the UPSC follows. UPSC never follows Lakshmikant, never. It is a textbook. Lakshmikant is not a scholar. He has not done a PhD in, or he is not a master of constitutional law. ठीक है, वो 2 साल के बाद तुम भी वैसी किताब लिख लोगे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. So, but that is why it is not followed. So, soul of the constitution will be the preamble. This is the most important statement, that is why I have highlighted it. Now, when we talk about the preamble of the Constitution says, we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens. You see, certain things have not been secured. So what the preamble says, and to secure to all its citizens, what? Justice. What type of justice to be secured? Social, economic and political. Very good. Then liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. Then equality of status and of opportunity. So these things have to be secured. These things have not been secured. And the preamble further says, and to promote among them all. There are certain things which have to be promoted among the citizens, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity and unity and integrity of the nation. And on this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact and give ourselves this constitution. So basically, generally what people do, they recite the preamble. But preamble is not a recitation competition. We will have to understand that what the preamble wants to say. There is no need to mug up the preamble also, no need. But there are certain things that you need to understand in the preamble. The first thing that can be asked is from the importance or the significance of the preamble. First of all, it declares the supremacy of the people of India. This is the first important thing that we get from here. We the people, the opening words. So what does this mean? We the people of India. So it is not that an alien power said that, hey, you be a sovereign country, you adopt democratic system, you be a republican country. No, it is we the people of India who through our representatives in the Constituent Assembly had decided that we should be a democratic country. We should adopt a republican form of government. It is we who had decided through our representatives in the Constituent Assembly. In the original preamble, the words socialist and secular were not there. So it is we the people of India, that is declares the supremacy of the people of India. So such statements will be there. Which of the following statement is correct? The preamble declares the supremacy of the people of India. It will be a correct statement. Then it contains the ideals and aspirations of the people. Ideals, the goals that we feel that we have achieved. So that we feel that we have achieved, ideals. For some of you, Swami Vivekananda can be an ideal. For some of you, Mahatma Gandhi can be an ideal. For some of you, Dr. Abdul Kalam can be an ideal. So here what we say, ideal means this is the level. For some of you, honesty can be an ideal. So for yes, so it can be quality, it can be a person also. We feel that we have achieved it, the goals. No, I follow Dr. Ambedkar. I follow Dr. Dr. Abdul Kalam. He is my ideal. So basically, the way in which he thinks, I also think in the same way. I also do those things which he used to do, the ideals that we have achieved. Then when we say aspirations, aspirations are the goals that we have not achieved yet. You all are termed as civil services aspirants. Your aspiration is to become a civil servant. We call you as aspirants, and the aspirants are going. They are aspirants. You aspire to become a civil servant. You are not civil servant yet. Aspirations. So, when we talk about the preamble talks about our ideals, sovereignty, socialist, secular, democratic, and a republican form of government. Aspirations, you see what the preamble says, and to secure to all, it means these things have not been secured, and to secure and to promote. So justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, unity, and integrity. It is not philosophical, it is just simply what is mentioned in the, because sometimes people, what they do, students, what they do, they try to copy the language of the book without understanding, because in the main examination, what? Bring out the significance of the preamble. Bring out the significance of the preamble. So if they have understood the preamble well, they can write the answer well. Okay, the body says that ideas, aspirations, why we have called them as aspirations? To secure, to promote. It means that these are the goals that we have not met. And thirdly, it contains the enacting clause. It contains the enacting clause. That is the date on which the Constitution was adopted and enacted. November 1949. देखो, in the main there is a hairline difference between mains and prelim syllabus. मुझे पूरा पढ़ाना पड़ता है मेंस का, because if I ignore the mains part, you will not be able to understand the prelims part also. The only thing is that you need to describe it in the main portion, but you need to know these things from the prelims point of view. You need to have an understanding. Statements will be asked in the examination. Which of the following is correct regarding the preamble? 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, only 1. Such questions can be asked in the examination. Now, another aspect from where the questions are generally asked in the examination is the preamble a part of the Constitution? This is a debate. This debate has come to an end, but UPSC asks question from this part intentionally. They will not ask whether the preamble is a part of the Constitution or not, but in a different way. Here you see that when we say it is a debate, the debate has got two viewpoints, one in favor of it, other one against it. So there are two views here. The conventional view and the modern view. Conventional view and the modern view. Conventional view means traditional view. The conventional view holds that preamble is not a part of the Constitution. As it is not numbered and the Constitution can very well function even without it. You remove the preface from a book, the book will be there because the page numbering is from chapter number 1. Your chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4 there. Similarly, even if you remove the preface, it hardly matters. If a law is to be made, follow articles of the Constitution and make laws, article 1, 2, 3, 4 and make laws whatever you want. There is no need of the preface at all, there is no need of the preamble at all. This was the conventional view, the traditional view. This view was given by the Supreme Court in the R.E. Berubari Union case. R.E. Berubari Union case. There are two major hurdles that the students they face and they always ask me questions, sir. First, whether we'll have to remember all the articles of the Constitution. First question they ask. Second, they say that, sir, if we'll have to mug up all the cases also with years. I am, personally speaking, I am a bit lazy also myself. I have been teaching this subject since 2002, 22 years. And I have developed my own style of teaching also to the students, and I don't want my students to do hard work. They need to be smart today. Obviously, because your generation should be smarter than our generation. And it is. It is. So, I generally do not ask my students to mug up useless things. No one is going to ask you a question, hey, what is Article 2, what is Article 3, what is Article 4? It is not a quiz contest. It is not a quiz contest. You just need to have an idea regarding certain things, understanding regarding certain things. Similarly, when we talk about the cases also, Case laws are important. Why? Because when we talk about the Indian polity section, some articles of the constitution are to be interpreted, and the Supreme Court is the final interpreter or the sole interpreter of the constitution. We will have to understand it. So, legal approach is also used for understanding certain concepts. That is, for example, this question has to be understood from a legal perspective. There cannot be a philosophical answer to it. Now, here, during our discussion, because some of you, I don't know about your background, that is whether you have, some of you may have read, but you may not have been taught in a proper way also. That is the major problem that I see. And when you read alone, many things you omit also. I will tell you some basic thing. When you see the cases, you will find first type of cases like this: X versus Union of India. X can be an individual, X can be an organization also. When we say Union of India, suppose if the Parliament makes a law, if it is challenged in the Supreme Court by an organization or by an individual, the name of an organization, it will be versus Union of India. Then suppose if a decision has been taken by your Union Council of Ministers, if it is challenged in the Supreme Court, X is the litigant or the petitioner versus Union of India. Second type of case you will find like this: Y versus state of Tamil Nadu, Haryana, Punjab, Gujarat, any state you name. Suppose your state has made a law. Suppose the Maharashtra state legislature has passed a bill related to reservation for the Marathas under the OBC category. If it is challenged in the Supreme Court, Y the petitioner versus the state of Maharashtra. Suppose the state of Karnataka has decided to ban certain things. If a case is filed, Y the petitioner versus the state of Karnataka. Third type of cases you will come across, you may or you may not have noticed, RE cases. Here, no one has filed a case in the Supreme Court. RE means referral. So here, this matter is referred by the President to the Supreme Court for its opinion. So wherever you will find RE, it means the first idea, this matter is a matter of law or fact, and this matter was referred to the Supreme Court by the President for its opinion. So RE cases, no cases have been filed, koi case file nahi hua. Up. So that basically I want, because I have written RE, so many of you will not be able to, what is RE? Chalo, theek hai, it is Berubari Union case. But RE means this matter was referred. So if a matter of law or fact is there and the President feels that we need the Supreme Court's opinion on this, this matter can be referred to the Supreme. There is no need to go into the background of each and every case, because hundreds of cases are there which are important from the examination point of view. You need to know the judgments of the cases. Not the background of the cases. In this Berubari Union case, Berubari was a disputed area between India and Pakistan. So this matter was referred to the Supreme Court, that while making a law, whether we should follow the preamble or we should follow the article of the Constitution, because one article of the Constitution allows us to give any of our territory to the other country, but in the preamble the word sovereignty has been mentioned, sovereign. So in this case the Supreme Court said that preamble is not a part of the Constitution, while making the laws, you need to follow the articles of the constitution, not the preamble. This was the logic. Now, here you can write one more sentence. The Supreme Court held that preamble was the key to open the minds of the constitution makers, comma, but it cannot be considered as a part of the constitution, and thus it is not enforceable in a court of law. So you need to underline it. Key to open the minds of the constitution makers. And the last sentence that you have written, not enforceable in a court of law. So from here, what question can be framed? Which part of the constitution is the key to open the minds of the constitution makers? What will be the answer? Preamble. They will not be asking you what was R.E. Berubari Union case. But from that judgment we came to know that it is the key to open the minds of the constitution makers. It is necessary to understand their mind, but it is not enforceable in a court of law. Such statements are also asked in the examination, that which of the following statement is correct? Preamble is not enforceable by a court of law. This was so. Even if they will not be asking you Berubari Union case, but the judgment will be asked in a different way. Now coming to the modern view. The modern view was given by the Supreme Court in the Keshwanand Bharti case. In the prelims examination, there is no need to remember verses. 4 options will be there. Keshwanand Bharti case means Keshwanand Bharti case. They will not be अच्छा ये तो क्विज है केशवानंद भारती वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ कर्नाटका, केशवानंद भारती वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ चेन्नई, ऐसे थोड़ी ना लिखेंगे. Keshwanand Bharti case. So once you have known that okay, Keshwanand Bharti case means done. There is no need to mug up verses. There is no need to mug up the year also. So if you remember the name of the case, your work is done. Similarly, in the main examination also there is a technique. Suppose if you are asked to write on the basic structure doctrine, simply write, in the Keshwanand Bharti case, the Supreme Court propounded the doctrine of basic structure. The examiner will not come to your house, hey, you had not written verses, you had not written 1973. Ignorance is not a crime. Writing a wrong answer may be, and you will be saving 4 of your words also. So it is a technique. That is why I said there is no need to mug up the year also. There is no need to write verses. Keshwanand Bharti, it is a landmark case, everyone knows it. So Keshwanand Bharti case, the preamble a part of the constitution. A part of the constitution. Now, why a part of the constitution? The reason, you can write it. The court held that the preamble was adopted in the same manner as the other provisions were adopted. Full stop. Means there was discussion, there was voting, and then the preamble was adopted. Then second point you can write here. The preamble is not the supreme power. The preamble is not the supreme power or the source of any restriction or prohibition but it plays an important role in the interpretation of the provisions of the Constitution. The preamble is not the supreme power or the source of any restriction or prohibition, but it plays an important role in the interpretation of the provisions of the Constitution. What to underline here? Underline kar lo. Is not the supreme power, not the source of any restriction, or prohibition. So it is not a restriction. It is not the source of restriction. Oh, you should not do this or you should do this. No. Basically, the preamble is to help us in the interpretation of the Constitution. You will say, sir, how? Suppose if you read the directive principles of state policy, you go through the directive principles of state policy, and then there will be a question in your mind that why we have the directive principles of state policy? What is the logic behind it? What was the reason? Why our constitution makers incorporated it? The preamble will give you answer. Justice, social, economic. So it is mentioned in the preamble, social, that is justice, social and economic. So in the interpretation, why we have got articles 25 to 28? Secular. The word secular is there. So freedom of, then we have got article 19 clause 1 sub clause A, freedom of speech and expression, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, articles 25 and 26. So if you want to know why such provisions, you can find the answer in the preamble. So this was the view of the Supreme Court in the Keshwanand Bharti case, but they will not ask you this question. Students, mug up Keshwanand Bharti case. This statement will be there. The preamble is not a source of any restriction. It is not a prohibition. So, but it is the judgment in the Keshwanand Bharti case. Then this matter again came before the Supreme Court in the LIC case 1995. So here you can write in this point only. In the LIC case 1995, LIC case 1995, the Supreme Court held that the preamble is an integral part of the Constitution, but it is not directly enforceable in a court of law. I have made the things easier for you. It is not directly enforceable in a court of law. Even such words will also be there in your prelims examination. They will not be asking, that is LIC case, but not directly enforceable. For example, the word secular has been mentioned. You cannot go to the court of law that the government is not practicing secularism, which is against the word secular which is mentioned in the preamble. The Supreme Court will dismiss the petition. If it is against the High Court will dismiss the petition. But if you will go to the Supreme Court or to the High Court against the government that Article 15 is violated, there is discrimination on the ground of religion. Article 16 is being violated. In public employment, there is discrimination on the basis of religion, which is against the word secular which is mentioned in the preamble, which is a philosophy of the Constitution. You need to correlate the articles of the Constitution with the words which have been mentioned in the preamble. Directly they are not enforceable in a court of law. You will have to correlate them with the articles of the Constitution. So such statements will be there in the examination, and the students, they feel that, sir, iska answer kya hoga? It is there here only the answer is. It is not that the UPSC takes this statement from here and there. It is from the landmark judgments given by the Supreme Court that the UPSC picks the statements and give it in the examination. So if you have done this, then your work is over. So this is one part from where the questions are asked in the prelims test from the preamble. So this question is not important, but these things are important. Now coming to another aspect the UPSC is very fond of asking, it is amendment of the preamble. A case was filed in the Supreme Court that with respect to amendment only, the words socialist, secular, they should not be the part of the preamble now, they should be amended. So questions are asked because the preamble was in the news recently also. Now when we talk about amendment of the preamble, you need to read like this from the prelims point of view. The preamble, or ऐसे लिखना, the 42nd Amendment Act (1976) amended the preamble. This is the first thing that we need to remember. and most of us we know it. Even if you don't remember 1976, it hardly matters. Prelims mein aise bhi 4 options will be there. Then 3 words were added. Socialist, secular, and integrity. This will be the first set. Here, which words were added in the preamble? Socialism, secularism, and integrity. Socialism, secular, and integrity. Socialist, secularism, and fraternity. Isms. Correct answer will be socialist, secular, and integrity. The students, they know it, but they will encircle socialism, secularism, because that is there in their mind. We call it as human error. We know the answers, but in the examination we get excited. Nearly 30% of our answers are encircled wrongly. Why? Because we get excited in the examination. We may be knowing the answer, we may be knowing the correct answer, but we get excited. Oh, I know it, it is very easy, but we encircle it wrongly. Then, a deeper understanding of it. You see, in the original preamble, the words were sovereign, democratic, republic. This was another question of, it is a PYQ. It was a PYQ, that what was the status of India on 26 January 1950? What was the status of India? It was sovereign democratic republic. So the answer was from the preamble only, the original preamble only. And here 2 words were added. After the word sovereign, democratic republic remaining the same. The original preamble had the word unity. Along with this word unity, integrity was added. From the prelims point of view, you just need to read like bullet forms. So the things will be there in your mind. Because prelims mein we are not to read everything, but yes, the approach should be correct. We are not supposed to go here and there. We are not supposed to think too much. So this is the first part from where most of the questions are asked in the preliminary examination. Your one major part is over from the preamble. And even we have seen that questions, nearly 2 questions have also been asked from the preamble. Next part, keywords of the preamble. The questions will be asked on the understanding of the keywords of the preamble. Sovereignty we had discussed in the morning session only. That is the supreme decision making power, internal sovereignty, external sovereignty. So, there is no need of reading it again. India became a sovereign country on 15th August 1947. We had an interim government led by Pandit Nehru. Now, certain words from where the questions can be asked in the prelims examination. First of all, it is the concept of socialism. From socialist, it is socialism. Socialism is state ownership of the means of production and distribution. The guiding principle is from each according to his ability, and to each according to his work. Before I proceed further, I will tell you a certain basic thing, so that the things will not be mechanical to you and you will be able to understand the things in a better way. You see, whenever we talk about economic systems in the world, there are two major economic systems. One is socialism, which is state ownership of the means of production and distribution, and the other one is capitalism. Capitalism is individual ownership of the means of production and distribution. Now, first of all, capitalism came and then came socialism, and every economic system is based on an ideology. Every economic system is based on ideology, and we have been living in the era of political economy since much earlier time. It is not that today we are living in the era of political economy. Politics affected economy and economy affects politics. The oldest ideology of the world was liberalism, 17th century ideology. Capitalism has its root in the 17th century ideology of liberalism. Liberalism, liber, the word is liber. From there it came liberal. Liberal, who is a liberal? Who gives importance to your freedom. You say, oh, my parents are very liberal. Why? They allow me for a night show. For a night show. Oh, my parents are liberal. They have sent me here to Delhi to study. They are not conservative. Liberal means those who give importance to the freedom of the individual. Now this ideology of liberalism, basically it emphasized on free market economy, because the classical liberals, means when liberalism started in the 17th century, this classical liberals, they were of the view that the freedom of the individual can be best exercised only under the market conditions. Today what we see, liberalization. Liberalization is based on that 17th century ideology of liberalism, and this ideology was the dominant ideology during the Industrial Revolution. And because of the influence of this ideology of liberalism, the states did not enact labor legislation, they did not make economic policies, and during the Industrial Revolution, the exploitative nature of capitalism came before us. We came to realize that man is not always rational, as the classical liberals had held. Man is a rational being. Rationality is the basis of freedom. So, in the absence of labor legislations, economic policies, the industrialists, they started exploiting the workers. The workers were forced to work for more hours, but they were paid lesser wages. Suppose I am hired to work for 8 hours. That okay, you work for 8 hours, you will be paid 100 rupees. But I am forced to work for 12 hours and I am being paid 100 rupees. It is exploitation, because if I will be working more, I will be giving more profit to the industry. Who will be the beneficiary? Who will be the beneficiary? The capitalist. Not because of his labor, because of my labor. So, the workers used to work for more hours, but they used to get lesser wages. Gap between the have and the have-nots started increasing in the society. Economic inequality became rampant, and then Karl Marx challenged the ideology of liberalism. He said, hey, what freedom you are talking about? Because of this freedom, the gap between the have and the have-nots is increasing day by day. Economic inequality is rampant. And he said, it was not freedom that was the need of the hour. The need of the hour was equality, and that too economic equality. And Karl Marx, he held that the workers will not tolerate, it is philosophy, workers will not tolerate such type of exploitation for long. Consciousness will come in the minds of the workers, and there will be a revolution, class struggle. And in the revolution, the workers will be victorious. The capitalists will be thrown out. Capitalism will come to an end, and there will be established socialism. So, socialism will come. Why? Because of revolution. Why revolution? Because exploitation was going on. How exploitation was going on during Industrial Revolution? Workers were forced to work for more hours and they were paid lesser wages. It was, Karl Marx termed it as surplus value. Surplus value. And after that, socialism. In socialism, from each according to his ability and to each according to his work. This was missing in capitalism during Industrial Revolution. Worker was forced to work for more hours, he was given lesser wages. But Karl Marx was the greatest humanist of his time. He did not remain silent here. His objective was not socialism. His objective was economic equality. His objective was economic equality. And he said that here also economic equality cannot be achieved. Why? Suppose if I work for 7 hours, he works for 10 hours, he will be getting more wages. The gap will be there. The only thing is that exploitation will not be there. exploitation will not be there. The gap will be there between the have and the have nots. If I work for 7 hours, other person who works for 4 hours, he will be getting lesser wages. A person who works for 14 hours, he will be getting more wages than me. Gap will be there, but exploitation will be. Then the philosopher in Karl Marx gave another theory. He said, socialism is a transition period. Socialism was a transition period. It is just imagination. And during socialism, what will happen gradually? Everyone will become worker. Everyone will become worker. Everyone will start going to the factories. Everyone will work for the same hours. 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, everyone. Everyone will be getting same wages. And if everyone will be getting same wages, there will be equality. Socialism will come to an end. Socialism will come to an end, and there will be established communism. There will be established communism. I am coming to that. मैं रट के आया हूँ. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. मैं इसको भूल जाऊंगा. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आते ना इससे, फिर भूल जाऊंगा, फिर कोई नहीं बताएगा तुम लोग. So basically, so Marx was a philosopher. So Marx, it is Marxian philosophy. So Marx says socialism will come to an end and there will be established communism. And communism will be a classless, stateless society. There will be withering away of the state. Community ownership of the means of production and distribution. The guiding principle from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs. In socialism it was work, here it is needs. Done? Now the questions. Why I teach in depth these aspects? Because this, my technique has clicked in the examination, that is why. Now here comes the first question. A classless society, according to Karl Marx, meant, what will be the answer? A classless society, according to Karl Marx, meant no classes, one class, neither one nor two is correct. How many classes in a classless society? Only one class, that is the workers' class. UPSC asks such type of questions nowadays. So, classless society according to Karl Marx meant only one class, that was the workers' class, because everyone will become worker. Done? Now, after that, the concept of a classless society. You see, why Karl Marx talked about a classless society? Because Karl Marx was of the view that the concept of state, the concept of political authority came with the coming of the classes. And if the classes will not be there will be no political authority, there will be no state. That is what Karl Marx said. That was the basis of Marxism. Combined it is termed as Marxism. Socialism, communism, combined it is Marxism. And if you challenge a Marxist, hey, what Karl Marx used to say, useless thing, utopian thing, it is a romantic imagination, there will be no classes, there will be no state, it is a romantic imagination. You know what Karl Marx said? Karl Marx gave the concept of economic interpretation of history. He gave the concept of economic interpretation of history, and he said that there was a period in human history when there were no classes. When man was a food gatherer, he was a hunter. The primitive communal stage, he named it. History की जो पहली किताब you will read, the history of civilization, the early man, when man was a food gatherer, when he was a hunter, everyone worked in according to his ability. Suppose we all are living in that era. Imagine for a while. So, suppose some of us are capable. Kids are there, old people are there, some people may not be well, they will not go. Those who are well, those who are healthy, we will go. We will bring food, someone will come, someone will bring fruit, someone will hunt, we will bring it here. Suppose if I need, if I have brought 100 oranges, but if I need only 10 oranges, I will take 10 oranges, 90 will belong to the community. Community ownership of the means of production and distribution, from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs. I will take only 10 if I need only 10. But Karl Marx said that this was a society where there was complete equality, and there was no political authority here. But gradually, some people acquired more, and then they started making the others slave. For example, I bring 200 oranges, 100 I will keep it here, 100 I will keep it here. You will come in the evening, I am feeling hungry. So, you have got some oranges, I want it. I have got oranges, you work for me, I will give it to you. Society transformed from the primitive communal society to the slave owning society. Why? Some people acquired more. Those who acquired more, they became the masters, the others the slave. Society transformed itself into the slave owning society. Two classes came, the master and the slave. Whatever the master used to say was the law. Political authority came with the coming of the classes. Gradually, the society transformed into the feudal society because some people acquired land. Land was the basis of economy. Society was divided into two classes, the feudal lords and the serfs. Whatever the feudal lords used to say was the law. And then the third one, after that, the feudalism came to an end, capitalism came. Capital was the basis of economy, And here also power was in the hands of the capitalists because they had got economic power. That is what Karl Marx used to say, state is a class institution. And in the state, the political power is there with the economically dominant class. And gradually, if the classes will come to an end, obviously the state will also come to an end, because the state came with the coming of the classes. That was the idea. Up. So from here, first question I told you, classless society. I gave you an idea in what context Karl Marx talked about a stateless society. And here, in a stateless society, there will be no government as such. There will be, it is a utopian thing, useless thing. That is why Marxism has never flourished. And you see, there are Communist Party ruled states, not the communist states today. Communist Party ruled states. China is ruled by Communist Party. It is not a communist state. A state is becoming more and more powerful there. In erstwhile USSR also, the state was very powerful. So it is just in philosophy. Now here you can write as note, N-O-T-E. Both Marx and Gandhi favored the idea of stateless society. I don't think all of you read political science optional paper. Only some of you read. How many of you do not read political science as an optional paper? Some of us are there. ठीक है. Generally, this in-depth knowledge that I gave you, generally political science students who read it in college, or we can say they have got this idea. They have always had advantage because of such reasons. And because they know that, okay, Gandhi was an anarchist. So Gandhiji was not in favor of a state. Gandhiji, if someone will ask you what was the ideology of Gandhi, it was not Gandhism. Gandhiji was an anarchist. Anarchist means no rule. Gandhi means no rule. And Gandhiji, his you can say anarchism was known as specific anarchism. Gandhiji was of the opinion that the state tries to curb one violence with the help of another violence. So the state should not be there. It should not be there. Why? It tries to curb one violence with the help of another violence. And Gandhi's anarchism was enlightened anarchism. If everyone will be ruled by satyagraha, if everyone will imbibe truth and non-violence in himself or herself, there will be no need for any authority. Enlightened anarchism. Self-rule over him, that is rule over himself. There will be no need of any authority. That was Gandhian view. That is what I always say, that the UPSC question papers are prepared by the professors. They don't know that the student knows nothing. And in paper number 1, if you see paper number 1 of the GS paper, that is a mains paper, it is mentioned ideologies, Marxism, liberalism. So that is what I had told you in the beginning only, that you will have to read the main syllabus thoroughly, then only the prelims based understanding will be there. So in these classes we will try to cater both the things, so that your knowledge will not be superficial, even though you are preparing only for the prelims examination. Those who have read it earlier, it is blessing for them. Such statements are there in the examination. Which of the following statement is correct? Both Gandhi and Marx stood for a stateless society. Stateless society. So you see, what is the level of UPSC? What type of understanding based questions are asked? Because the students who have done superficial reading, they will never be able to relate Gandhi and Marx. But who have developed an understanding regarding Gandhi and Marx, they will be able to answer such type of questions in the examination. That is why I discussed with you communism. Otherwise, मैं तो इतना ही बता के छोड़ता था, the word socialist was added by the 42nd Amendment Act. My work would have been done. So that is why such in-depth knowledge is required. Up. Now coming to the dimensions of Indian socialism. What type of socialism we have in India? From here also the questions will be asked in the prelims examination. We did not adopt Marxian socialism. No doubt the name is there, socialism, but we deviated from what Karl Marx had said. We adopted mixed economy. Marx had said state ownership of the means of production and distribution. We adopted mixed economy. Two reasons behind it. One is the ideological reason. What was the ideological reason? Within the Congress, there were two groups. One, hardcore socialists led by Pandit Nehru. Other one was not in favor of the capitalists, but they were against capitalism, not against the capitalists as such. And Gandhiji was one of them. Gandhiji was against capitalism, and Gandhiji had very good friends who were capitalists like Jamnalal Bajaj, who had adopted the Gandhian technique, what Gandhi used to preach, trusteeship. And one more observation that I will share with you was that during the freedom struggle, the Marwadi Baniyas, they used to fund the Congress for its organizational work. From where the Congress used to get money for holding the dharnas, or we can say for its organizational work? Corporate funding is not new. You may be thinking corporate funding is new. No, it has its roots during the freedom struggle only. The Congress used to get money from the Marwadi Baniyas, and after independence, how you can forget them? Because yes, they had contributed in the freedom struggle. So that is one of the aspects. The contribution cannot be forgotten. Second, the practical reason. India had seen the contribution of the private sector in economy, generation of employment, and then increase of production. And the leader was none other than Jamshedji Tata, a big steel plant in Jamshedpur. So we had seen the ability of the private sector to provide employment opportunities and also production, increase production in the country even before independence. That is why we went for mixed economy. That was the reason why we went for mixed economy. In the major sectors like defense, we saw that chalo theek hai, there will be state ownership, but the other areas we saw that nahi, the private sector can also contribute, because it is not feasible on the part of the government to provide opportunities of, we can say, employment to each and everyone. Even the production needs cannot be met by the government industries. That is why privatization was required, and it was thought earlier also during Pandit Nehru's time also. This is the first thing. Now the second question that was before us, what type of socialism? What Karl Marx had said? Socialism by revolution, overthrow the socialists. We adopted democratic or Fabian socialism. Democratic or Fabian socialism. That is socialism through democratic means that is through the parliamentary laws Another question from the prelims point of view. Fabian will be your keyword in the examination. Fabian. Now, some of us who may be reading the subject for the very first time, you may have heard this word Fabian for the first time. You see that whenever we talk about socialism, regarding socialism it is said that socialism is like a hat which has lost its shape because everyone wears it. There is a very small book, a very thin book by C.M. Joad. We used to read this book when during my graduation way back in 93, 96. So the first sentence of this book is, socialism is like a hat which has lost its shape because everyone wears it. If you favor trade unionism, you will say that I am a socialist. If someone talks about equality in the society, he will say that he is a socialist. If we'll talk about the emancipation of the workers, we'll say that we are socialists. Everyone terms himself or herself as a socialist today. There are different brands of socialism. Marx was of the opinion that his socialism was scientific socialism, revolutionary socialism. Why? Marx explained it, how socialism came. First, the primitive communal society, there was contradiction. Then came slave owning society, after that feudal society, then capitalism, and then socialism. And how socialism? Through revolution. But there was another school of thought. They wanted to establish socialism through law, through the parliamentary laws. This group of people, they termed themselves as Fabians. In the United Kingdom, they had established a society called Fabian Society. George Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells, Annie Besant, they were the members of Fabian Society. And the Fabians basically, they had based their thought on the Ricardian theory of rent. On the Ricardian theory of rent, that during the Industrial Revolution, even the cost of non-fertile lands is increasing. And who is the beneficiary? The landowners are the beneficiaries. Those who have got lot of lands. And they wanted to end this system. But not through revolution, not through revolution. But what was the Marxian way? Oh, red flag. Go put it there, that will be your land. But no, it was not like that. They said through the laws, parliamentary laws, we need to bring socialism. Incremental change, piecemeal engineering, gradual change. We adopted this method. How Jamindari was abolished in India? The land reform acts were passed by the states just after the commencement of the constitution. They were added in the 9th schedule, and the 9th schedule was made immune to judicial review, and through the Land Reform Acts, Jamindari was abolished in this country. It was not that forcibly the lands were taken from the Jamindars. Then nationalization of the banks, how it was done? Through the laws only. Earlier it was all privatized, through the laws only. Abolition of privy purse. Have you heard about privy purse? So the abolition of privy purse, how it took? Through the laws only. Today also the welfare measures are there. Through the laws made by the legislature, the changes are being made. Affirmative actions have been initiated. The reservation policy has been initiated. How? Through the government schemes only, the government laws only. So this is, we can say, Fabian socialism. Such questions will be asked. That is, the word Fabian will be important for you. Then reasoning assertion question. India has adopted Fabian socialism. India wants to achieve socialism through parliamentary laws. This word democratic may not be there in your answer sheet. So Fabian socialism, socialism through the parliamentary laws, through the laws made by the parliament. Most important aspect. You see from how the questions are being asked by the UPSC nowadays, means they want a complete package nowadays from the students. They don't want superficial students. And then apart from it, the third question before us. Objective of Indian socialism. Objective. What was the objective of Karl Marx? A classless society. But our objective is welfare state. Welfare state. To establish a socialistic pattern of society. A socialistic pattern of society, where there will be lesser gap between the have and the have nots. You see, there are two types of inequalities. You may yourself can feel that difference. One is the natural inequalities. That inequality will remain. How a scientist and a bricklayer will be equal? Tomorrow you will become an IAS officer. Why? You are more talented, you have sacrificed your time, sacrificed your energy, sacrificed your rest. You will come with flying colors in your life. Your friends who may be sleeping here and there, yes, who may not be working hard, they will be there, but in a different lower position. This gap will be there. Why? Aptitude, talent differs from person to person. The risk taking ability differs from person to person. For example, if I have got 50,000 with me, I will invest the amount in the market. If my father has got 50,000, he will deposit in the fixed deposit, and that to State Bank of India. My loss, if it is 25% lesser, it will be 25% lesser. His will be the same, 5% or 6% per annum. My profit can be 30% also. My loss can be 30% also. So if share mein paisa lagata hai, so what? I have taken risk in the market, that is why I am being rewarded. You have taken risk in your life, you have come from far off places to read here, to study here, then you should be rewarded for that. Such type of gaps will be there in the society, based on your aptitude, based on your talent. Such type of, so you cannot compare a scientist with a bricklayer, but man-made inequalities, based on caste, color, sex, religion. These inequalities should be eradicated. These inequalities should not be there. So, that is the objective. Our objective of the welfare state is a bare minimum, a bare minimum. No one should sleep without food. Everyone should have shelter. That is minimum health. This is the objective. That is what I have written, socialistic pattern of society. A welfare state does not mean that you will be getting everything free. No, nothing is free. It is the taxpayers' money. It is the taxpayers' money. Nothing is free. One of the chiefs, I am coming to your question only. One of the judges of the Supreme Court, he had given a statement that by giving freebies, you are making the people parasites. He had not said that people are parasites. He was misquoted because I read the whole statement that he had said during the judgment, Justice Gavai. So you are making them parasites. Abhi 2,500 rupees, 2,100 rupees, what is it? Arey, you should give students the money because they need to go to the schools, they need to go to the colleges. You give them free passes in the, we can say in the transport system because they are not earning. So, freebies basically will stop you from working harder. That is not the concept of welfare state. Yes, you should give opportunities. Those who are from the weaker sections, give them opportunities to go to get education free of cost, get coaching free of cost, so that they will come at par with the others. Because socio-economically they are poor, they are backward. We need to bring them into the mainstream of the society. That is socialistic pattern of society. It is not I will give everyone 2,500. What is it? What is it? Yes. So basically, when we talk about a welfare state, in our country, the meaning of welfare state is something very different. It is free, it is not free. Yes, certain conditions have to be there, certain people, education, health, these things should be free. And we can say the needy people should be given, obviously the people, the students who are not earning, why they should be dependent for coaching and for other purposes on their parents. The state should help them out. The state should help them out because they are the human resources of this country. The pavement dwellers who are sleeping on the roads, they don't have shelter. Provide them shelter. Provide them shelter because they are deprived sections. So such type of things, we can say welfare state, minimum health, minimum shelter, both roti, kapda or makan. So that is the objective. So basically if we talk about Indian socialism, it is Fabian socialism, the objective is welfare state, and the directive principles of state policy, they aim to achieve the end of welfareism. So from socialism you see such type of questions are asked. When you go home today, see the questions which have been asked in the examination from the preamble, especially till the socialism. Tomorrow I will be discussing with you democracy, secularism and what questions can be expected. I will request you to wait for some minutes. Ma'am will come to talk to you. Shubhra ma'am will come to talk.